Voice of the Citizens of India 2026. India. Pause for a moment and truly think about this word. India. Not as a country on a map, not as borders drawn by history, not as a flag raised on buildings, but as a living, breathing reality made up of more than 1 billion human beings, each with a mind, each with a story, each with a struggle, each with a hope, and most importantly, each with a voice that was never meant to be silent. When we say India is a democracy, we often repeat it with pride. We teach it in schools, we display it in speeches, we celebrate it on special days, but very rarely do we stop and ask ourselves what democracy truly demands from us, not from governments, not from leaders, but from ordinary citizens who wake up every day, go to work, raise families, struggle with bills, dream of a better future, and yet slowly begin to feel that their voice does not really change anything at all. In 2026, India stands at a moment where voices are everywhere and silence is everywhere at the same time. People speak constantly, on phones, on screens, in comment sections, in anger, in jokes, in frustration, but speaking has become easy, and being heard has become rare. The tragedy of our time is not that citizens have lost their voice, it is that citizens have started doubting the value of their voice. And once a citizen begins to believe that speaking does not matter, democracy does not collapse loudly, it fades quietly, like a light slowly dimming while everyone is busy elsewhere. Who is a citizen, really? Is a citizen just someone who owns an identity card, whose fingerprints are stored in a database, whose name appears on a voter list, whose existence is reduced to a statistic? Or is a citizen the true owner of the nation, the original source of all power, the reason constitutions are written and governments are formed? A citizen is not born to obey blindly. A citizen is born to participate, to question, to agree, to disagree, to demand answers, to make mistakes, to learn, and to grow along with the nation itself. When citizens are reduced to spectators, democracy turns into a performance, not a system of self-rule. The Constitution of India begins with words that are not decorative, not symbolic, not ceremonial, but revolutionary: we, the people of India. These words do not mean that people are allowed to speak only when permitted. They mean that people are the foundation upon which every institution stands. The Parliament exists because citizens allow it to exist. Courts derive their authority because citizens trust them. Governments govern only because citizens consent. And consent is not silence. Consent is active, aware, continuous participation. The moment citizens withdraw mentally, emotionally, intellectually, democracy becomes hollow, even if elections continue and flags continue to fly. In today's India, many citizens feel tired. Tired of shouting, tired of explaining, tired of defending basic questions, tired of being labeled for having an opinion. And so silence begins to feel safer than speech. But safety has never built a democracy. Comfort has never protected freedom. Every freedom that exists today exists because someone in the past chose discomfort over silence, courage over convenience, and truth over fear. When we forget this, we begin to believe that rights are permanent, automatic, guaranteed forever. History teaches us otherwise. Democracy does not disappear in a single moment. It erodes slowly, patiently, almost politely. It erodes when citizens stop asking why. It erodes when questioning authority is mistaken for hating the nation. It erodes when disagreement is treated as disloyalty. It erodes when citizens are encouraged to fight each other instead of questioning systems. And the most dangerous erosion happens when people begin to say, "This does not affect me," until one day it does. India in 2026 is loud with opinions and quiet with listening. Social media has given everyone a microphone, but not everyone a mind. The speed of reaction has replaced the depth of thought. Outrage travels faster than truth. And in this environment, the citizen's voice can either become a powerful force for accountability or a tool that is manipulated, divided, and exhausted. A responsible voice requires effort. It requires patience. It requires the courage to verify before sharing, to listen before judging, to understand before reacting. Democracy does not need louder citizens. It needs wiser ones. The farmer asking for fair compensation, the student asking for opportunity, the worker asking for dignity, the woman asking for safety, the youth asking for a future. These are not political demands. These are democratic expressions. When these voices are ignored, mocked, or suppressed, the nation does not become stronger, it becomes brittle. Strong nations are not built by silencing criticism. They are built by absorbing it, learning from it, and correcting course. Ask yourself, not as a supporter of any ideology, not as a follower of any leader, but simply as a citizen, when was the last time you questioned something not because you hated someone, but because you loved this country enough to want it to be better? Patriotism is not blind agreement. Patriotism is responsible participation. A nation that cannot tolerate questions is a nation afraid of its own people. The future of India will not be decided only in parliament halls or courtrooms or television studios. It will be decided in the minds of citizens, whether they choose awareness over apathy, courage over convenience, responsibility over reaction. Every time a citizen chooses to stay informed, democracy gains strength. Every time a citizen chooses silence out of fear, democracy loses a little more ground. This is not a call for chaos. This is not a call for hatred. This is not a call for constant protest. This is a call for consciousness. A call to remember that democracy is not something the government gives you. It is something you practice every day through your voice, your choices, your questions, and your willingness to care. And as we move forward in this long conversation, called Voice of the Citizens of India 2026, remember one thing very clearly. History does not ask whether citizens were comfortable. History asks whether citizens were awake. When we speak about the voice of citizens, we must confront an uncomfortable truth that many prefer to avoid, and the truth is this: a citizen's voice does not disappear because someone takes it away overnight. It disappears because over time the citizen is trained to believe that their voice is inconvenient, unnecessary, risky, or pointless. This training does not always come through force or law. It comes through repetition, through fatigue, through constant exposure to chaos, confusion, distraction, and division, until one day the citizen no longer asks, no longer questions, no longer expects answers, and instead adapts to silence as if silence were maturity. And this is perhaps the greatest illusion of all, because silence in the face of injustice is not wisdom, it is surrender disguised as calm. In every democracy, including India, power is meant to feel accountable and temporary, while citizenship is meant to feel permanent and confident. But in reality, many citizens today feel the opposite. Power appears permanent, unshakable, distant, while the citizen feels small, replaceable, unheard. This inversion is not accidental. When citizens stop seeing themselves as stakeholders and begin seeing themselves as helpless observers, democracy quietly changes its character. It becomes procedural instead of participatory. It becomes symbolic instead of substantive. Elections still happen, speeches are still made, slogans are still repeated, but the spirit, the living pulse of citizen engagement, weakens. Think carefully about how often ordinary people are told, directly or indirectly, to stay in their lane. When students speak, they are told they are too young. When workers speak, they are told they do not understand policy. When farmers speak, they are told they are misinformed. When women speak, they are told they are exaggerating. When minorities speak, they are told they are playing victim. When citizens speak collectively, they are told they are being manipulated. Slowly, systematically, the message becomes clear. Speak only when your speech is convenient to power. But democracy was never meant to be convenient for power. It was meant to be accountable to people. In 2026, India is not short of intelligence, talent, or energy. What it is short of is trust. Trust between citizens and institutions, trust between communities, trust that speaking up will lead to dialogue instead of punishment, trust that disagreement will be met with argument instead of accusation. Without trust, voices rise in anger instead of reason. Without trust, people shout past each other instead of listening. And without listening, even the loudest voices become meaningless noise. We must also confront the reality that modern life has made citizenship feel exhausting. People are tired. They work long hours. They struggle with inflation. They worry about jobs, education, healthcare, housing. In such a life, active citizenship feels like an extra burden. It feels easier to disengage, to say, nothing will change, to retreat into personal survival. And this is understandable. But history does not pause because citizens are tired. Power does not stop accumulating because people are busy. Rights do not protect themselves while citizens rest. Democracy is not a machine that runs automatically. It is a relationship that requires constant attention. There is also a subtle danger in the way nationalism is often misunderstood. Love for the nation is natural. Pride in one's country is healthy. But when nationalism is defined as unquestioning loyalty rather than responsible engagement, it begins to conflict with democracy. A citizen who loves their country deeply will ask difficult questions, will demand better governance, will refuse to accept injustice as normal. Blind loyalty may feel patriotic, but it weakens the nation by protecting mistakes from correction. True patriotism strengthens a country by insisting that it live up to its own ideals. The citizen's voice is not meant to be uniform. Democracy does not require everyone to think the same way. In fact, diversity of thought is its greatest strength. But diversity requires maturity. It requires the ability to disagree without dehumanizing. It requires the patience to listen without immediately reacting. In recent years, many citizens have been pushed into camps, labels, identities that reduce complex human beings into single opinions. Once that happens, dialogue dies. And when dialogue dies, democracy becomes a battlefield instead of a forum. Ask yourself honestly, how often do we listen to understand, rather than listen to reply? How often do we consume information that challenges us, rather than confirms us? How often do we pause before sharing outrage, before forwarding anger, before amplifying fear? These small individual choices shape the larger democratic environment. A society constantly in reaction mode cannot sustain thoughtful citizenship. It becomes emotionally driven, easily manipulated, and deeply divided. It is also important to remember that institutions, no matter how powerful they appear, are ultimately reflections of society. Corruption does not exist only in offices. It exists wherever accountability is absent. Injustice does not survive only because of bad laws. It survives because silence allows it to. If citizens demand transparency consistently, systems are forced to respond. If citizens withdraw, systems decay. This is not idealism. This is historical reality repeated across nations and centuries. The idea that one voice does not matter is one of the most effective lies ever created. No movement in history began with millions. It began with a few voices refusing silence. What turned those voices into change was persistence, solidarity, and moral clarity. When citizens believe their voice is insignificant, power becomes unchallengeable. When citizens realize that collective voice begins with individual courage, history shifts direction. In India's long journey, progress has always come when ordinary people stepped beyond fear. Whether it was questioning colonial rule, demanding social reform, fighting discrimination, or insisting on transparency. Change did not come because power was generous. It came because citizens were relentless. They spoke again and again, even when ignored, even when mocked, even when threatened. And eventually, systems had to listen. As we move deeper into this conversation, it becomes clear that the voice of the citizen is not just about protest or criticism. It is also about participation. Voting is important, but voting alone is not citizenship. Citizenship is staying informed. Citizenship is engaging with local issues. Citizenship is supporting independent institutions. Citizenship is refusing misinformation. Citizenship is holding all power, political, corporate, social, to ethical standards. This requires effort. It requires time. It requires courage. But without it, democracy becomes an empty ritual. Silence may feel peaceful in the short term, but it creates instability in the long term. When people stop expressing concerns through democratic means, frustration does not disappear. It accumulates. and accumulated frustration eventually finds destructive outlets. A healthy democracy allows constant release of pressure through dialogue, dissent, and reform. Suppressing voice does not create harmony, it creates delayed conflict. The question India faces in 2026 is not whether it will remain a democracy in name. The question is whether it will remain a democracy in spirit. And that answer does not lie in laws alone. It lies in citizens, in their willingness to care, to engage, to speak responsibly, to listen sincerely, and to refuse both fear and hatred as guiding forces. This journey we are on is long. It is uncomfortable, it is necessary, and it requires something that cannot be outsourced to leaders, courts, or media. It requires conscious citizens, awake citizens, citizens who understand that democracy is not something inherited once and kept forever, but something rebuilt every day through voice. And so we continue. The idea of citizenship was never meant to be passive, and yet over time many people have been subtly taught that being a good citizen means being quiet, obedient, agreeable, and invisible, someone who does not disturb order, does not ask uncomfortable questions, does not challenge narratives, and does not demand explanations. But this idea completely misunderstands the very foundation of democracy, because order without justice is not stability, it is suppression, and peace without participation is not harmony. It is exhaustion. A good citizen is not one who stays silent, but one who stays engaged even when engagement is difficult, even when it costs time, energy, and emotional comfort. One of the greatest challenges facing India in 2026 is not external threat or internal diversity, but the slow normalization of disengagement. People begin to say, "This is how things are," or "Nothing will change," or "It is better to focus on personal life." These statements sound practical, even wise, but over time they become self-fulfilling. When enough citizens withdraw, systems stop feeling pressure to improve. Accountability weakens not because leaders are powerful, but because citizens are absent. Democracy does not fail because people oppose it. It fails because people abandon it. There is also a dangerous confusion between unity and uniformity. Unity means standing together despite differences. Uniformity means erasing differences in the name of order. A democracy thrives on unity, not uniformity. When citizens are pressured to think alike, speak alike, react alike, the nation may look strong on the surface, but inside it becomes fragile. Real strength comes from the ability to accommodate disagreement without fear. A nation confident in itself does not panic when citizens question it. The fear of being misunderstood has become one of the strongest silences of voice. People worry that a single sentence will define them forever, that nuance will be ignored, that context will be lost, that disagreement will be weaponized, and so they choose silence. But democracy cannot survive on unexpressed nuance. It requires conversation, even messy conversation, because through conversation societies refine ideas, correct errors, and build understanding. A society that avoids conversation out of fear slowly loses its capacity to think collectively. Technology has amplified this tension. Never before have citizens had so many tools to express themselves, and never Before have they felt so constrained by consequences. A post can travel faster than thought. A mistake can outlive clarification. Algorithms reward outrage, not reflection. In such an environment, responsible speech becomes harder, but also more necessary. The solution is not silence. The solution is digital maturity, the discipline to slow down, to verify, to resist emotional manipulation, and to remember that behind every screen is a human being shaped by experiences we may never fully understand. Citizenship also requires memory. Societies that forget their struggles begin to underestimate their freedoms. Rights that were once fought for start to feel ordinary, even expendable. When people forget that freedom of speech was earned through sacrifice, they treat it casually, or worse, allow it to shrink without resistance. Memory is a form of vigilance. Remembering past injustices is not about reopening wounds. It is about preventing repetition. There is a tendency to believe that institutions alone can protect democracy. Courts, commissions, media, and laws are indeed essential, but they are not self-sustaining. Institutions draw strength from public trust, and public trust is maintained through public engagement. When citizens disengage, institutions become vulnerable to pressure, capture, and decay. When citizens remain alert and involved, institutions gain resilience. Democracy is a partnership, not a delegation. Another uncomfortable truth is that democracy requires emotional maturity. It requires the ability to tolerate frustration without turning it into hatred. It requires channeling anger into reform rather than revenge. It requires patience with processes that are slow, imperfect, and often disappointing. Citizens who expect instant results often lose faith quickly. But lasting change has always been gradual, built through sustained pressure rather than explosive moments alone. In 2026, many young citizens feel torn between hope and cynicism. They are more informed than any generation before them, yet also more skeptical. They see contradictions clearly. They sense hypocrisy quickly. And when they feel ignored, their disengagement is not laziness, it is disappointment. Re-engaging this generation requires honesty, not slogans. It requires acknowledging failures, not denying them. A democracy that listens to its youth strengthens its future. A democracy that dismisses them mortgages it. The voice of the citizen is also a moral force. It reminds power of its limits. It reminds institutions of their purpose. It reminds society of its values. When citizens speak responsibly, consistently, and courageously, they create an ethical atmosphere where injustice finds less space to hide. Silence creates shadows. Voice creates visibility. And visibility is the enemy of abuse. It is important to say this clearly. Speaking does not always mean shouting. Some of the most powerful citizen voices operate quietly. Through sustained community work, through legal challenges, through documentation, through education, through persistent questioning that refuses to fade. Democracy needs both the loud voice that alerts and the steady voice that endures. Both require courage. At this point in our journey, the question becomes personal again. Not abstract, not theoretical, personal. What kind of citizen do you want to be remembered as? One who adapted to silence, or one who insisted on participation? 1. Who watched change happen to them, or one who helped shape it? These choices are rarely dramatic. They happen in small moments, whether to speak or stay quiet, whether to share truth or forward rumor, whether to listen or dismiss, whether to care or withdraw. India's future will not be written only by those in positions of authority. It will be written by millions of such small choices, repeated every day, across cities and villages, across generations. Democracy is not an event. It is a habit, and like all habits, it survives only through practice. So we continue this long reflection, not to accuse, not to instruct, but to awaken. Because a citizen who is awake cannot be easily ruled without consent. And consent, in a democracy, must always be informed, active, and revocable. And the conversation continues. At some point in every democracy, a silent question settles into the collective mind of its citizens, a question rarely spoken aloud but deeply felt. Does anyone in power truly listen anymore, or are we only being managed, categorized, and contained? This question does not arise from hostility. It arises from distance. When decisions feel far removed from lived realities, when policies feel abstract compared to daily struggles, citizens begin to feel like passengers in their own country rather than participants in its direction. And when people feel like passengers for too long, they either rebel recklessly or withdraw completely. Neither outcome strengthens democracy. The relationship between citizens and the state was never meant to be one-directional. It was meant to be a continuous conversation, sometimes calm, sometimes tense, but always alive. Yet conversations require two things: speech and listening. A democracy where citizens speak but institutions do not listen is not healthy. Equally, a democracy where institutions speak but citizens do not engage is hollow. Balance is everything. Without balance, frustration builds on one side and arrogance grows on the other, and the gap between the two becomes fertile ground for mistrust. One of the most overlooked aspects of citizen voice is local engagement. Democracy does not live only in national debates or headline issues. It lives in local governance, in municipal decisions, in school committees, in workplace norms, in neighborhood concerns. When citizens disconnect from the local, they lose their most immediate source of influence. Central power feels distant. Because local power has been neglected, a citizen who participates locally learns that voice does matter, that outcomes can change, that accountability is possible. This experience is the seed from which larger democratic confidence grows. There is also a psychological cost to prolonged disengagement. When people stop believing that their actions matter, they experience a form of learned helplessness. Over time, this helplessness hardens into cynicism. Cynicism feels intelligent, even sophisticated, but it is deeply corrosive. A cynical society expects the worst, tolerates mediocrity, and rarely demands excellence. Democracy needs critical thinking, not cynical resignation. Criticism seeks improvement. Cynicism expects failure and settles for it. Another reality that must be confronted is that not all voices carry equal weight. Inequality does not end at income or education. It extends into whose voices are amplified and whose are ignored. Marginalized citizens often speak the loudest out of necessity, yet are heard the least. When a democracy fails to include these voices meaningfully, it does not just fail them, it weakens itself. A system that listens only to the comfortable gradually loses touch with reality. Inclusion is not charity, it is accuracy. In 2026, the speed of change has also created anxiety. Rapid economic shifts, technological disruption, cultural transformation, all of these unsettle societies. In times of anxiety, people often seek certainty, and certainty is sometimes offered at the cost of freedom. Strong language, simple answers, clear enemies, these are tempting because they reduce complexity. But democracy is complex by nature. It requires citizens to tolerate ambiguity, to accept that not every problem has an immediate solution, that disagreement is not failure, and that progress is rarely linear. The voice of the citizen plays a crucial role here, because it can either demand simplistic solutions or insist on honest ones. Simplistic solutions feel good quickly but fail deeply. Honest solutions take time, effort, and patience. A mature democracy is one where citizens are willing to accept difficult truths instead of comforting illusions. This maturity cannot be imposed from above. It must grow from below, through education, dialogue, and sustained engagement. Education itself is a pillar of citizen voice. Not just formal education, but civic education, understanding rights, responsibilities, institutions, and processes. A citizen who does not understand how systems work is easily disillusioned or manipulated. A citizen who understands processes may still be frustrated, but they remain engaged because they know where pressure can be applied and how change can be pursued. Ignorance breeds apathy or extremism. Knowledge nurtures participation. There is also the question of moral courage. Speaking up is rarely free of consequence. It may cost social approval, professional comfort, or personal peace. This is why silence is always tempting. But democracy was never designed for the fearless alone. It was designed for ordinary people choosing courage in small, imperfect ways. Moral courage does not require grand gestures. It requires consistency, the willingness to speak truth repeatedly, calmly, responsibly, even when it feels ineffective. In many ways, the health of a democracy can be measured by how it treats inconvenient voices. Not violent voices, not hateful voices, but inconvenient ones, those that question priorities, expose contradictions, demand accountability. If these voices are engaged, debated, and addressed, democracy strengthens. If they are dismissed, ridiculed, or suppressed, democracy weakens, even if stability appears intact for a while. India's diversity makes this challenge greater and more important. With so many languages, cultures, beliefs, and histories, listening is harder, but also more necessary. Uniform narratives may feel efficient, but they cannot capture complex realities. A democracy of India's scale must be comfortable with multiplicity. It must allow many truths to coexist, many experiences to be acknowledged. Citizen voice is the mechanism through which this multiplicity enters public consciousness. As citizens, there is also a responsibility to resist dehumanization. When debates turn people into labels, when disagreement turns into hostility, when fellow citizens become enemies, democracy suffers. Power thrives in polarized environments because divided citizens cannot unite around accountability. A citizen who refuses dehumanization, who insists on seeing complexity in others, performs a quiet but powerful democratic act, and so, as this long reflection continues, it becomes clearer that the voice of the citizen is not a single sound, not a slogan, not a moment of protest. It is a continuous presence. It is the steady insistence that governance remain connected to lived reality. It is the refusal to let fear, fatigue, or distraction sever the relationship between people and power. Democracy, in the end, is not saved by dramatic moments alone. It is sustained by ordinary citizens who remain engaged when excitement fades, who remain thoughtful when anger rises, who remain vocal when silence feels easier. These citizens may never be celebrated, but they form the invisible infrastructure of freedom. And that is why this conversation does not end quickly, because democracy itself does not exist in short bursts. It exists in continuity, and so we continue. There comes a moment in every long democratic journey when citizens must confront not only the actions of power, but also their own habits, because democracy is shaped as much by what people tolerate as by what they oppose. Over time, tolerance can quietly turn into acceptance, and acceptance can slowly turn into normalization. What once shocked begins to feel routine. What once demanded outrage begins to feel inevitable. This is how erosion happens, not through sudden collapse, but through gradual adjustment. A citizen who adapts too easily to injustice loses the inner alarm that democracy depends upon. One of the most misunderstood ideas in public life is the belief that stability requires silence. In truth, stability requires trust, and trust requires transparency. Silence may suppress conflict temporarily, but it does not resolve it. Unspoken grievances do not disappear, they harden. Democracies that appear calm on the surface while suppressing expression often carry deep fractures underneath. True stability is noisy, argumentative, imperfect, but resilient because issues are surfaced before they explode. The voice of the citizen is not a threat to order. It is a safeguard against breakdown. In 2026, many citizens feel overwhelmed by complexity. Policies feel technical, institutions feel distant, decisions feel opaque. When systems become difficult to understand, people either disengage or surrender judgment to others. This is dangerous, because democracy assumes that citizens may not know everything, but they retain the right to question everything. You do not need expertise to ask for fairness. You do not need credentials to demand accountability. Complexity should invite explanation, not exclusion. There is also a growing temptation to outsource thinking, to let influences, parties, ideologies, or communities decide what one should believe. This outsourcing feels comforting. It reduces mental effort. It offers belonging, but it weakens citizenship. Democracy relies on independent judgment, not borrowed certainty. A citizen who thinks independently may feel lonely at times, but they remain free. A citizen who surrenders thought gains comfort but loses agency. The voice of the citizen is closely tied to dignity. To speak is to assert one's worth. To be heard is to be recognized as human, not just functional. When people feel unseen, unheard, or dismissed, dignity erodes. And when dignity erodes, resentment grows. Democracies that ignore dignity eventually face instability, because people will seek recognition by any means available. Listening is not just politeness, it is prevention. There is an important distinction between criticism and contempt. Criticism aims to improve. Contempt aims to destroy. A healthy citizen voice criticizes institutions while preserving the idea of shared society. When contempt dominates discourse, citizens stop seeing each other as partners in a common project. The challenge in 2026 is not to eliminate criticism, but to preserve its constructive character. This requires emotional discipline, something rarely rewarded in modern public spaces but essential for democratic survival. Citizenship is also tested in moments of inconvenience. It is easy to support freedom when it aligns with personal interest. It is harder when it protects voices we dislike. Yet, this is the true test of democratic commitment. Rights that apply only to those we agree with are not rights. They are privileges. A citizen who defends the principle of free expression even for opposing views strengthens democracy more than one who defends only their own voice. Another reality worth confronting is that democracy often feels slow because it is designed to be cautious. Speed can be efficient, but it can also be dangerous. Democratic processes deliberately slow decision-making to allow scrutiny, debate, and correction. Citizens frustrated by this slowness sometimes begin to admire efficiency over accountability. But history warns us that unchecked efficiency often comes at the cost of freedom. The voice of the citizen is one of the brakes that prevent power from accelerating beyond control. The role of emotion in citizen voice is complex. Anger can be a signal of injustice. Hope can be a source of energy. Fear can be a warning. But when emotions dominate without reflection, they become tools for manipulation. A mature citizen learns to acknowledge emotion without surrendering reason. This balance is difficult, especially in an environment designed to provoke reaction. Yet without it, democracy becomes volatile, swinging wildly between extremes. There is also the question of endurance. Speaking once is easy. Speaking consistently is hard. Many movements begin with passion and fade with fatigue. Systems often rely on this fatigue. They wait, they delay, they exhaust. Enduring citizen voice requires community, solidarity, and patience. No individual can sustain pressure alone. Democracy survives when citizens support each other in long struggles, reminding one another why engagement matters. India's scale makes this endurance even more important. Change in a nation of such diversity and size is rarely dramatic. It is incremental. It moves unevenly, Citizens must learn to recognize progress without becoming complacent, and 2. Acknowledge setbacks without becoming hopeless. This balance is not intuitive. It must be cultivated. Without it, people oscillate between unrealistic expectations and complete disengagement. The voice of the citizen also shapes culture, not just policy. It influences what is considered acceptable, what is challenged, what is celebrated, and what is condemned. Laws may lag behind values, but values are formed through conversation. When citizens speak responsibly about equality, justice, and dignity, they slowly reshape social norms. When they remain silent, harmful norms persist unchallenged. As this reflection continues, it becomes clear that democracy is not sustained by constant excitement or perpetual outrage. It is sustained by commitment. Commitment to principles even when outcomes are uncertain. Commitment to dialogue even when consensus is unlikely. Commitment to participation even when recognition is absent. These commitments are quiet, often invisible, but they are the threads that hold democratic life together. The voice of the citizen, then, is not merely an instrument of demand. It is an expression of belonging. To speak is to say, I am part of this society, and what happens here matters to me. When citizens stop saying this, democracy becomes an empty shell, functioning without meaning. When citizens continue to say it, even imperfectly, democracy remains alive. And so the journey goes on, not toward a final answer, but toward deeper awareness. Because democracy is not a destination reached once and for all. It is a condition that must be renewed continuously through voice. We continue. Over time, one begins to realize that democracy is not only tested during moments of crisis, protest, or upheaval, but far more intensely during moments of comfort and normalcy, because when life appears manageable, when routines settle in, when survival occupies most of one's attention, the temptation to disengage grows quietly and persistently. People begin to believe that as long as their immediate world is stable, larger questions can wait. But democracy does not wait. The structures of power continue to evolve whether citizens pay attention or not, and when awareness fades, influence follows soon after. The voice of the citizen is often strongest at the edges of society, among those who feel the consequences of policy most directly and immediately. Yet paradoxically, these voices are also the most likely to be dismissed as emotional, disruptive, or inconvenient. This reveals a deep contradiction. Democracies claim to represent all citizens, yet often listen most carefully to those least affected by hardship. When this imbalance persists, trust fractures. People stop believing that systems exist for them. They begin to see institutions as distant forces rather than shared frameworks. Once this perception takes root, rebuilding confidence becomes extremely difficult. There is also a subtle but powerful distinction between being heard and being acknowledged. Many systems are skilled at hearing, collecting data, recording complaints, issuing responses, but acknowledgement requires something deeper. It requires taking voices seriously, engaging with them honestly, and being willing to change. When citizens sense that their voice is only being managed rather than respected, frustration intensifies. Token listening can be more damaging than silence, because it creates the illusion of participation without its substance. In 2026, the pace of information has reshaped attention itself. Citizens are exposed to constant updates, constant emergencies, constant narratives competing for concern. In such an environment, sustained focus becomes rare. Democracy, however, depends on sustained attention. Complex issues cannot be understood in fragments. Accountability cannot be maintained through occasional bursts of interest. When attention becomes scattered, power benefits from forgetfulness. What is not remembered cannot be pursued. What is not pursued cannot be corrected. This is why remembrance and continuity matter so deeply. Citizens must remember not only past struggles, but also ongoing ones. Justice delayed often relies on public amnesia. When outrage fades, unresolved issues sink quietly beneath new headlines. A vigilant citizenry resists this cycle by returning again and again to unanswered questions, by refusing to let time erase responsibility. Persistence is one of the most underestimated democratic virtues. Another challenge lies in the internalization of hierarchy. In many societies, citizens are conditioned to defer automatically to authority, to wealth, to status, to perceived expertise. While respect for knowledge is essential, blind deference undermines democratic equality. Every citizen has equal moral standing in a democracy, even if they do not have equal expertise. This means that while experts may inform decisions, citizens retain the right to question priorities, values, and impacts. Democracy collapses when expertise becomes a shield against accountability. The voice of the citizen also plays a crucial role in setting limits. Power, by its nature, expands if unchecked. Laws, norms, and institutions provide formal limits, but citizen vigilance provides living ones. When citizens stop signaling boundaries, what is acceptable, what is not, what will be tolerated, what will be resisted, power begins to assume permission. Silence is often interpreted not as uncertainty, but as consent. This misunderstanding can reshape governance in ways that are difficult to reverse. There is also the issue of fragmentation. Modern societies are increasingly divided into communities of interest, identity, ideology, and belief. While diversity enriches democracy, excessive fragmentation weakens collective voice. When citizens speak only within their own circles, echo chambers form. Dialogue across difference diminishes. Power finds it easier to address groups separately rather than citizens together. A democracy thrives when citizens recognize shared stakes even amid disagreement. The cultivation of shared stakes requires empathy, the ability to see beyond one's immediate experience. Empathy does not require agreement. It requires recognition. A citizen who listens to another's hardship without dismissal strengthens the social fabric. When empathy declines, suspicion grows. And when suspicion dominates, cooperation collapses. Democracy cannot function in a climate where citizens see each other primarily as threats rather than partners. In moments of national stress, the voice of the citizen becomes even more important. Crises tend to centralize authority. This is sometimes necessary, but without citizen oversight, emergency measures can quietly become permanent habits. Democracies must be especially vigilant during such times, not because leaders are inherently untrustworthy, but because concentrated power requires proportional scrutiny. A citizen who remains attentive during crisis performs one of democracy's most vital roles. It is also important to reflect on the difference between influence and visibility. Social media has made visibility easy, but influence remains difficult. A trending topic does not automatically translate into policy change. Visibility can create awareness, but sustained influence requires organization, follow-through, and engagement with institutions. Citizens who mistake visibility for influence often become disillusioned when outcomes do not follow attention. Understanding this distinction helps maintain realistic expectations and long-term commitment. The voice of the citizen is not meant to replace institutions, it is meant to animate them. Courts, legislatures, administrations, all function better when citizens remain involved, informed, and engaged. When citizens withdraw, institutions grow. Inshallah, when citizens participate, institutions are reminded of their purpose. This mutual reinforcement is the essence of democratic health. As we move further into this long reflection, it becomes evident that democracy is sustained less by dramatic acts and more by habits of mind, curiosity, skepticism, empathy, patience, courage. These habits are cultivated slowly, often without recognition. Yet they shape outcomes more powerfully than any single event. A society that nurtures these habits within its citizens builds resilience against manipulation, extremism, and apathy. The question, then, is not whether the citizen's voice matters in theory. It is whether citizens choose to exercise it in practice, consistently, responsibly, and with awareness of both its power and its limits. Voice without responsibility becomes noise. Responsibility without voice becomes submission. Democracy requires both, balanced carefully and renewed daily. And so, this reflection continues, not toward closure, but toward deeper engagement. Because the work of citizenship is never finished. It pauses, it slows, it resumes, but it never truly ends. We move forward. As this reflection deepens, it becomes impossible to ignore a central tension that defines democratic life, the tension between convenience and conscience. Convenience asks citizens to adapt, to adjust, to avoid friction, to move on. Conscience asks citizens to pause, to question, to resist normalization when something feels wrong, even if resistance is uncomfortable. Over time, societies drift not toward injustice suddenly, but toward convenience gradually. What is inconvenient to challenge is often what most needs to be challenged, and this is where the citizen's voice finds its true test. In everyday life, people are constantly negotiating small compromises. None of these compromises feel significant on their own. A comment not made, a question not asked, a concern brushed aside. But democracy is shaped by accumulation. Small silences accumulate just as small acts of courage do. A culture of quiet adjustment slowly replaces a culture of engagement. And when that happens, Citizens may still believe they are free, but their freedom has become narrow, cautious, and conditional. There is also a deep emotional fatigue associated with sustained awareness. To care continuously is exhausting. To remain informed requires effort. To engage thoughtfully demands time. Many citizens withdraw, not because they are indifferent, but because they are overwhelmed. This exhaustion is understandable, but it must be acknowledged honestly. Democracies that do not address citizen fatigue risk losing participation not through repression, but through burnout. Rest is necessary, but withdrawal should be temporary, not permanent. The challenge is to build forms of engagement that are sustainable, not draining. One of the most effective ways democracies weaken is by convincing citizens that their role is purely reactive. React to news, react to crises, react to decisions already made. But citizenship is not meant to be reactive alone. It is meant to be anticipatory. Citizens should shape priorities before policies are finalized, raise concerns before harm spreads, and engage before decisions harden. A reactive citizenry is always late. A proactive citizenry influences direction. The voice of the citizen is also deeply connected to time. Short-term thinking weakens democracy. Long-term thinking strengthens it. When citizens focus only on immediate outcomes, they become vulnerable to short-term rewards that carry long-term costs. When citizens think generationally about the kind of society they are building, not just the benefits they receive, they demand higher standards. Democracies thrive when citizens ask not only, what works now, but what lasts? Another subtle danger arises when citizens confuse representation with replacement. Electing representatives does not replace citizen responsibility, it redistributes it. Representation allows governance to function, but it does not absolve citizens of oversight. When people believe that choosing leaders means surrendering engagement, they misunderstand. Democracy. Voting is not the end of citizenship. It is the beginning of a new phase of responsibility. There is also a myth that only dramatic voices matter. In reality, consistent, reasoned, persistent voices shape outcomes far more reliably than explosive ones. Systems often wait out anger, but they respond to endurance. A citizen who returns to the same issue calmly, repeatedly, and publicly forces attention over time. Democracy rewards patience more than spectacle, even if spectacle receives more immediate attention. As societies grow more complex, the role of translation becomes crucial. Policies, laws, and data must be translated into lived meaning. Citizens who can bridge this gap, who explain, contextualize, and connect, perform an essential democratic service. When information remains technical and inaccessible, power concentrates among those who control interpretation. When citizens insist on clarity, they democratize understanding itself. The voice of the citizen also protects minorities from the tyranny of the majority. Democracy is not merely rule by numbers, it is rule by principles. Majorities can make mistakes. Popular opinion can be unjust. Citizen voice serves as a moral corrective, reminding society that rights are not negotiable by vote alone. When citizens defend principles even when they are unpopular, they uphold the deeper promise of democracy. In moments of polarization, restraint becomes revolutionary. The refusal to dehumanize, the choice to slow down, the insistence on dialogue, these acts feel small, but they preserve the possibility of coexistence. A democracy that cannot sustain disagreement without hostility is always at risk of fracture. Citizens who practice restraint do not weaken debate, they strengthen its legitimacy. India's democratic experiment is vast, ongoing, and unfinished. Its success has never depended on perfection, but on correction. Correction requires feedback. Feedback requires voice. Silence interrupts this cycle. When citizens stop providing honest feedback, systems drift away from reality. Reconnection becomes harder the longer silence lasts. There is also the matter of imagination. Citizens must be able to imagine alternatives. Better policies, fairer systems, more inclusive futures. Without imagination, critique becomes empty and engagement becomes mechanical. Democracy thrives not only on opposition, but on vision. The voice of the citizen should not only say what is wrong, but explore what could be better. This imaginative capacity keeps societies from stagnating. As this long narrative continues, one truth becomes clearer with every passing thought. Democracy does not fail because citizens disagree too much. It fails because they disengage too deeply. Disagreement can be managed. Apathy cannot. A society that argues is alive. A society that shrugs is in decline. And so, the invitation remains open, not dramatic, not urgent, but persistent. Stay engaged. Stay curious. Stay uncomfortable when necessary. Because the work of citizenship is not a season. It is a lifelong practice. And we continue. As time passes, one begins to notice that democracy is shaped not only by moments of action, but by the stories citizens tell themselves about their own power. If people grow up hearing that authority is distant, unchangeable, and beyond question, they internalize smallness. If they grow up hearing that their role ends with compliance, they learn to shrink their expectations. Over generations, these stories harden into culture. And culture, more than law, determines how freely citizens speak. A democracy with democratic laws but submissive culture will always struggle to live up to its promise. The voice of the citizen, therefore, is not merely an act of speech. It is an act of self-recognition. To speak is to recognize oneself as a participant in history rather than a bystander to it. This recognition changes posture. It changes how citizens view institutions, leaders, and even themselves. A citizen who sees themselves as a participant does not ask for permission to care. They assume responsibility naturally, even when outcomes are uncertain. One of the quiet dangers of modern governance is procedural saturation, the sense that everything is already regulated, documented, processed, and therefore beyond influence. Citizens are asked to fill forms, submit complaints, wait for responses, follow channels. While procedures are necessary, they can also become barriers if they replace genuine responsiveness. When voice is reduced to paperwork, people stop believing in its moral force. Democracy must feel human, not mechanical. In India's context, historical memory complicates this further. Centuries of hierarchy, colonial administration, and bureaucratic distance have left traces in how authority is perceived. Many citizens still approach power with hesitation rather than confidence, obedience rather than expectation. Democracy was meant to invert this relationship, but cultural habits change slowly. The citizen's voice is the mechanism through which this inversion becomes real, not just legal. There is also the challenge of patience. Citizens are often told to be patient, to wait, to trust processes. Patience is important, but patience without accountability becomes passivity. The line between the two is subtle but crucial. A patient citizen remains alert. A passive citizen disengages. Democracies require patience paired with pressure, the willingness to wait without forgetting, to trust without surrendering scrutiny. The idea of sacrifice is often invoked in national discourse, but rarely examined. Citizens are frequently asked to sacrifice comfort, time, or opportunity for larger goals. Yet sacrifice must be reciprocal. When citizens sacrifice, institutions must respond with transparency and fairness. One-sided sacrifice breeds resentment. A healthy democracy recognizes sacrifice and honors it through accountability. The citizen's voice is the reminder that sacrifice cannot be endlessly demanded without explanation. Another aspect of voice that deserves attention is humility. Speaking does not mean assuming infallibility. A mature citizen remains open to correction, to learning, to revising views. Democracy is not strengthened by stubborn certainty. It is strengthened by collective learning. When citizens speak with humility, dialogue becomes possible. When everyone speaks only to win, democracy becomes a contest of egos rather than a search for solutions. The relationship between majority and minority voices remains one of democracy's most delicate balances. Majorities hold numerical power, but minorities hold moral alarms. A society that silences minority concerns in the name of efficiency undermines its own resilience. Minority voices often identify problems early because they experience systems differently. Listening to them is not weakness, it is foresight. As citizenship becomes increasingly mediated through technology, new responsibilities emerge. The ease of amplification creates the illusion of impact. But real change requires structure, follow-up, organization, persistence. Citizens who understand this do not mistake expression for completion. They see expression as the beginning of engagement, not its conclusion. Democracy rewards those who stay beyond the moment of posting. The voice of the citizen also has an internal dimension. It is the inner conversation where one decides whether to care, whether to speak, whether to act. This internal voice is shaped by upbringing, education, and social norms. Societies that encourage curiosity, questioning, and debate from a young age cultivate stronger democracies. Societies that discourage questioning cultivate compliance. The future of democracy is decided long before adulthood, in how children are taught to think about authority. In times of uncertainty, nostalgia becomes tempting. People look back to imagined eras of simplicity and certainty. But democracy does not move backward safely. It must adapt forward thoughtfully. Citizen voice plays a crucial role in this adaptation, grounding change in lived reality rather than abstract ideology. Without this grounding, reforms drift away from people's needs. There is also a spiritual dimension to citizenship, not religious, but ethical. To participate in democracy is to acknowledge responsibility for outcomes, even imperfect ones. It is to accept that freedom comes with burden, that choice comes with consequence. A citizen who accepts this burden develops resilience. A citizen who rejects it seeks authority to decide for them. Democracies collapse not when citizens have too much freedom, but when they surrender it out of fatigue. As this reflection continues to unfold, it becomes evident that democracy is less a system imposed from above and more a discipline practiced from below. It survives in habits, the habit of questioning, the habit of listening, the habit of remembering, the habit of returning to unfinished conversations. These habits do not form quickly, but once formed, they outlast crises. The voice of the citizen is the sound of these habits in action. It is not always loud. It is not always polished. But it is persistent. And persistence is what carries democracies through uncertainty, conflict, and change. And so, this long journey continues. Not toward a final statement, but toward sustained awareness. Because a democracy that remains aware remains alive. At this stage of reflection, it becomes necessary to look inward, because the strength of a democracy is not only tested by how citizens respond to power, but by how they relate to one another. A society where citizens distrust each other deeply will always struggle to hold authority accountable, because mistrust fragments collective action. When people begin to assume bad faith in fellow citizens before examining systems, power gains an advantage. Unity does not mean agreement. It means recognizing that despite differences, citizens share a common stake in fairness, dignity, and truth. One of the most effective ways citizen voice is weakened is through constant distraction. Endless entertainment, endless outrage cycles, endless novelty, all of these compete for attention. None of them are harmful by themselves, but together they create a climate where sustained focus becomes rare. Democracy, however, depends on attention that lasts beyond the moment. Issues like education, employment, justice, environment, and institutional integrity cannot be addressed through fleeting concern. They require citizens who are willing to stay with complexity, even when it is boring, uncomfortable, or slow. The idea of responsibility often feels abstract, but it manifests in very concrete ways. Responsibility is choosing not to spread misinformation even when it aligns with one's beliefs. Responsibility is acknowledging uncertainty instead of pretending certainty. Responsibility is correcting oneself publicly when wrong. These acts do not attract applause, but they build credibility. A democracy built on credibility is resilient. A democracy built on spectacle is fragile. The voice of the citizen also carries the weight of memory across generations. Each generation inherits not only rights, but unresolved questions. What previous generations tolerated becomes the starting point for the next. When citizens forget this continuity, they underestimate their influence. Change rarely arrives as a clean break. It arrives as pressure applied consistently over time, across multiple generations. Citizen voice is the thread that connects these efforts, preventing each generation from starting again from silence. In India's context, diversity is often discussed as a challenge, but it is also a training ground for democracy. 2. Live in a diverse society is to practice negotiation daily, of language, custom, belief, and perspective. This practice, when embraced, strengthens democratic muscles. When resisted, it creates tension. Citizen voice plays a central role in this. Negotiation, articulating concerns without denying others' humanity. The ability to argue without erasing is a democratic skill that must be cultivated deliberately. There is also a quiet danger in equating legality with legitimacy. Laws can be passed correctly and still feel disconnected from lived reality. Legitimacy requires consent that is informed and ongoing. When citizens feel that decisions are technically valid but morally distant, trust erodes. The voice of the citizen bridges this gap, translating lived experience into feedback that systems cannot generate on their own. As citizens age, their relationship with voice often changes. Youth may speak with urgency, elders with caution. Both are necessary. Urgency prevents stagnation. Caution prevents recklessness. A democracy that values only one loses balance. Intergenerational dialogue strengthens citizen voice by combining energy with memory. When generations stop listening to each other, mistakes repeat. Unnecessarily, the temptation to retreat into private life grows stronger during times of uncertainty. People focus on family, career, and personal survival. These priorities are natural, but when private life becomes a refuge from public responsibility, democracy thins. The challenge is not to abandon private life, but to connect it to public concern, to recognize that the quality of public systems shapes private outcomes. Healthcare, education, safety, environment, these are not abstract issues, they are intimate ones. The voice of the citizen also plays a role in defining success. Societies that define success purely in economic terms often neglect justice, well-being, and sustainability. Citizen voice can broaden this definition, insisting that progress be measured not only by growth, but by inclusion, fairness, and dignity. When citizens speak about what truly matters, they reshape priorities. There is an ethical tension between hope and realism. Too much hope without realism leads to disappointment. Too much realism without hope leads to resignation. A mature citizen voice balances both, acknowledging difficulties without surrendering possibility. This balance sustains engagement over long periods. Democracies need citizens who can remain hopeful without being naive, critical without being cynical. As this reflection extends further, it becomes clear that democracy is not protected by constant vigilance alone, but by renewed commitment. Vigilance can tire. Commitment endures. Commitment is the quiet decision to return again and again to unfinished conversations, to unresolved issues, to imperfect institutions. It is the decision not to walk away simply because progress is slow. The voice of the citizen, in this sense, is not just expressive, it is relational. It maintains the relationship between people and power, between individuals and institutions, between present choices and future consequences. When this relationship is neglected, democracy becomes brittle. When it is maintained, democracy remains adaptable. India's democratic story has always been uneven, marked by both achievement and struggle. Its survival has depended not on the absence of conflict, but on the presence of engagement. Citizens have argued, protested, negotiated, compromised, and persisted. This persistence is the true legacy of democratic life. It is not glamorous, but it is durable. As we continue this long narrative, the emphasis remains steady. Citizenship is not a performance, not an identity to be displayed, but a practice to be sustained. The voice of the citizen is the sound of that practice, sometimes confident, sometimes hesitant, but present. And presence, in the end, is what keeps democracy alive. As the conversation stretches onward, another layer of citizenship begins to reveal itself, the relationship between dignity and voice. People speak most freely when they feel their dignity is intact. When dignity is eroded through humiliation, neglect, or constant dismissal, silence becomes a form of self-protection. Democracies that fail to protect dignity eventually lose participation, not because citizens lack opinions, but because they no longer believe their opinions will be treated with respect. Restoring dignity is therefore not a symbolic act. It is a structural necessity for a functioning democracy. The idea of respect must be understood carefully. Respect does not mean agreement, nor does it mean politeness without honesty. It means recognizing the humanity behind a viewpoint, even when that viewpoint is flawed. When citizens feel heard, even if not satisfied, trust grows. When citizens feel ignored, even when policies succeed, resentment grows. The voice of the citizen is sustained not by victory, but by acknowledgement. There is also a critical difference between noise and voice. Noise is constant, reactive, and often directionless. Voice is intentional, grounded, and purposeful. Modern public spaces are filled with noise, but democracies are shaped by voice. Citizens who learn to convert emotion into articulation, frustration into clarity, and anger into demand become forces of change. This conversion requires reflection, discipline, and patience, qualities that are rarely celebrated, but deeply effective. As India continues to evolve in 2026 and beyond, economic aspirations intersect increasingly with democratic expectations. Citizens want opportunity, mobility, and security, but they also want fairness, transparency, and accountability. When economic growth outpaces democratic responsiveness, tension emerges. Citizen voice becomes the bridge that insists these paths move together. Prosperity without participation creates imbalance. Participation without opportunity creates frustration. Democracy must carry both. One cannot ignore the role of silence chosen consciously. Not all silence is weakness. Sometimes silence is strategic, reflective, or preparatory. But silence becomes dangerous when it is habitual, fear-driven, or normalized. Citizens must learn to distinguish between silence that serves wisdom and silence that serves avoidance. The voice of the citizen includes the courage to break harmful silence, even when doing so feels risky. Another important aspect of citizenship is the ability to hold multiple truths at once. Societies are complex. Policies can have both positive and negative effects. Leaders can succeed in one area and fail in another. Citizens who demand absolute purity from institutions will always be disappointed. Citizens who excuse all failures will enable decay. Democracy requires citizens who can criticize without destroying, support without surrendering judgment, and demand better without denying progress. The idea of ownership is central here. When citizens feel ownership over institutions, they protect them. When they feel alienated, they abandon them. Ownership does not come from slogans. It comes from participation. It comes from seeing one's concerns reflected, one's feedback acknowledged, one's presence valued. The voice of the citizen is the act through which ownership is claimed and renewed. Education plays a quiet but decisive role in this process. Not just formal education, but civic education, learning how systems work, how rights are exercised, how accountability is enforced. A citizen who understands mechanisms speaks more effectively. A citizen who does not is easier to ignore. Democracies that invest in civic literacy invest in their own durability. As conversations become more polarized, listening becomes radical. The ability to listen without immediately preparing a rebuttal is rare, and therefore powerful. Listening does not weaken conviction. It sharpens it. Citizens who listen well speak better, and societies where listening is practiced reduce the risk of irreversible fracture. There is also the temptation to outsource morality, to expect institutions, courts, or leaders to carry all ethical weight. But democracy distributes moral responsibility across citizens. Laws guide behavior, but values sustain it. When citizens abandon moral reflection, systems hollow out from within. The voice of the citizen carries ethical pressure that no institution can generate alone. Over long periods, democracies are shaped less by dramatic turning points and more by everyday norms. How disagreements are handled, how mistakes are addressed, how criticism is received. These norms are maintained by citizens, not enforced by law. The tone of public life is a collective creation. Every voice contributes to it. As this long narrative continues, the central message does not change, but deepens. Democracy is not something citizens visit occasionally. It is something they inhabit continuously. It lives in daily choices: what to share, what to challenge, what to tolerate, what to refuse. The voice of the citizen is the expression of these choices made visible. India's future, like that of any democracy, will not be decided by perfection, but by participation. Mistakes will happen, conflicts will arise, progress will be uneven, but as long as citizens remain engaged, thoughtful, and willing to speak and listen, the democratic fabric holds. This reflection continues not toward an ending, but toward endurance. Because democracy does not need citizens who are loud for a moment. It needs citizens who remain present over time. And so we continue. As this journey of thought stretches further, a deeper realization emerges. Democracy survives not on certainty, but on courage. Certainty closes conversations. Courage opens them. Citizens who wait until they are completely certain before speaking often never speak at all. Democracy does not require perfect opinions. It requires honest participation. The courage to speak while still learning, to question while still uncertain, is what keeps public life dynamic rather than rigid. One of the quiet burdens citizens carry is the fear of being misunderstood. In a crowded public space, nuance is often lost, and intentions are easily misread. This fear leads many to silence themselves rather than risk misinterpretation. Yet democracy cannot afford a culture where only the loudest or most extreme voices are heard. The responsibility of the thoughtful citizen is to speak anyway, carefully, patiently, even when the environment is imperfect. Over time, consistency builds trust, and trust creates space for nuance. The voice of the citizen also functions as a mirror. It reflects back to society what it prefers not to see: inequalities normalized, promises delayed, discomfort postponed. Institutions rarely self-correct without reflection. Citizen voice provides that reflection, forcing systems to confront gaps between ideals and reality. This process is uncomfortable, but necessary. Comfort has never been the goal of democracy. Legitimacy has. There is also a danger in romanticizing democracy as something effortless. Democracy is work. It demands time, emotional labor, disagreement, compromise, and persistence. When citizens expect democracy to function without effort, frustration follows. The voice of the citizen is part of that effort, not a guarantee of immediate success, but a contribution to long-term stability. In moments of rapid change, anxiety often replaces deliberation. People seek quick answers, simple narratives, and strong certainty. These instincts are human, but they can undermine democratic judgment. Citizen voice must slow things down when needed, insisting on reflection rather than reaction. The ability to pause collectively is one of democracy's greatest strengths, and one of its hardest skills to maintain. India's size adds another dimension to this challenge. In such a vast society, individual voices can feel insignificant. But democracy does not operate on volume alone. It operates on accumulation. One voice becomes 10, 10 become 100, 100 become a movement. Change rarely begins with mass agreement. It begins with a few people refusing silence. History confirms this pattern repeatedly. Another essential aspect of citizenship is forgiveness. Not forgetting, not excusing, but allowing space for repair. Democracies that cannot forgive remain trapped in permanent conflict. Citizens who can demand accountability while allowing correction strengthen institutions rather than weaken them. Forgiveness, in this sense, is not softness. It is strategic resilience. The relationship between law and morality continues to evolve. Laws set boundaries, but morality sets direction. When citizens rely only on law to guide behavior, societies become minimalistic, doing only what is required, not what is right. Citizen voice pushes society beyond minimum standards toward higher ones. It asks not only, is this allowed, but, is this just? There is also an often overlooked aspect of voice: consistency across contexts. Speaking boldly in safe spaces but remaining silent in uncomfortable ones weakens credibility. Democracy needs citizens whose principles travel with them, across social circles, online and offline, public and private. Integrity amplifies voice even when volume is low. As time passes, many citizens experience disappointment. Promises fall short. Systems resist change. Progress feels slow. Disappointment is not failure. Disengagement is. Citizens who learn to carry disappointment without withdrawing develop democratic maturity. They understand that democracy is not a transaction, but a relationship, one that requires patience, boundaries, and persistence. The voice of the citizen also serves as a bridge between past and future. It carries lessons forward and warnings backward. It reminds society what has been tried, what has failed, and what must not be repeated. Memory is a democratic asset. Forgetfulness makes societies vulnerable to repetition of error. In an age of speed, slowness becomes a form of resistance. Taking time to think, to verify, to listen, these acts protect democracy from manipulation. Citizens who slow down decision-making processes do not obstruct progress, they safeguard its direction. The voice of the citizen can insist on this slowness, even when pressure mounts for haste. As this extended reflection continues, one principle remains unchanged. Democracy is sustained by ordinary people doing ordinary things with extraordinary consistency. Speaking when it would be easier to stay quiet. Listening when it would be easier to dismiss. Staying engaged when it would be easier to walk away. This is not glamorous work. It does not always feel rewarding. But it is necessary, and it is shared. And so, the voice continues, not as a single sound, but as a long, patient conversation across time. As this reflection carries on, the idea of trust demands deeper attention, because trust is the invisible currency of democracy. Laws may define structure, and institutions may define authority, but trust defines willingness. Without trust, citizens comply reluctantly. With trust, they participate willingly. Trust is not blind belief. It is confidence built through consistency, honesty, and accountability. When trust erodes, voice becomes sharper, angrier, more desperate. When trust is nurtured, voice becomes constructive, patient, and solution-oriented. One of the most difficult truths citizens must confront is that democracy cannot be outsourced. It cannot be delegated entirely to leaders, courts, media, or experts. All of these play vital roles, but none can replace citizen responsibility. When people wait for someone else to defend values, those values weaken. Democracy remains strong only when citizens see themselves as custodians, not spectators. There is also a tendency to confuse criticism with disloyalty. In fragile democracies, questioning is framed as threat. In healthy democracies, questioning is understood as care. The voice of the citizen is not an act against the nation. It is an act for its integrity. Societies that punish questioning eventually punish truth. Societies that protect questioning protect resilience. The emotional dimension of citizenship often goes unacknowledged. Anger, frustration, fear, hope, all shape how people engage. Suppressing emotion does not strengthen democracy. Channeling it does. Citizen voice is most powerful when emotion is guided by purpose rather than consumed by impulse. Anger can illuminate injustice. Hope can sustain effort. Fear can signal danger, but none should dominate unchecked. India's democratic story includes long periods where citizen voice emerged through struggle, movements, protests, negotiations, debates. These moments are often remembered as exceptions, but they are expressions of a deeper pattern: citizens stepping forward when silence became unbearable. This pattern reminds us that democracy renews itself not through comfort, but through confrontation with reality. The idea of equality deserves continued emphasis. Equality in democracy does not mean identical experiences. It means equal worth. When citizens feel that their experiences are dismissed because of language, region, class, or background, democracy fractures internally. Citizen voice challenges this fracture by asserting presence. I am here, and my experience counts. This assertion, repeated across millions, reshapes public consciousness. There is also the danger of normalizing injustice through repetition. When problems persist without resolution, people adapt psychologically. What once felt unacceptable begins to feel ordinary. Citizen voice interrupts this normalization. It keeps discomfort alive long enough to demand change. Forgetting injustice is easier than fixing it, but forgetting carries long-term cost. As public discourse becomes faster and more reactive, depth becomes rare. Democracy, however, requires depth, deep understanding, deep listening, deep patience. Citizen voice that carries depth stands out not because it shouts, but because it endures. Over time, endurance earns attention where noise fades. The relationship between hope and responsibility must be constantly renewed. Hope without responsibility becomes fantasy. Responsibility without hope becomes burden. Citizen voice binds the two together, insisting that improvement is possible, but not effortless. Democracies move forward when citizens believe change is achievable and accept that it requires their involvement. There is also a quiet courage in consistency. Speaking once is easy. Speaking again is harder. Speaking repeatedly, calmly, without recognition, is the true test of civic commitment. Many voices fade not because they were wrong, but because sustaining effort proved difficult. Democracies depend on those who stay. As years pass, societies change, but principles must remain anchored. Technology evolves, economies shift, social norms transform, but dignity, fairness, accountability, and freedom remain central. Citizen voice is the mechanism that re-anchors these principles in new contexts. Without it, values drift. The act of voting is often treated as the highest expression of citizenship. It is important, but it is not sufficient. Voting is a moment. Voice is a continuum. Democracies that rely solely on electoral participation without everyday engagement grow hollow between elections. The voice of the citizen fills this space, maintaining pressure, dialogue, and awareness. As this long narrative continues, one lesson repeats itself. In different forms, democracy is not self-sustaining. It survives through care. Care is shown through attention, participation, and willingness to engage with complexity rather than retreat from it. The voice of the citizen is care-made. Audible. India's future will not be shaped by silence. It will be shaped by countless voices, some confident, some uncertain, some tired, some hopeful, all contributing to an ongoing conversation about what kind of society is being built. This conversation will not end. It should not end. And so, we continue forward, not toward conclusion, but toward continuity, because democracy is not a destination, it is a practice that must be renewed every day. As this reflection deepens even further, it becomes necessary to confront the idea of responsibility without reward. Much of democratic participation happens without recognition, without applause, without visible outcomes. Citizens speak, engage, question, and persist, often without seeing immediate results. This absence of reward discourages many. But democracy was never designed as a system of instant feedback. It is a long arc, shaped by cumulative effort. The voice of the citizen matters even when it seems to disappear into silence, because influence is not always visible at the moment it occurs. There is also the reality that power listens selectively. It responds faster to pressure than to reason, faster to numbers than to nuance. This can tempt citizens to exaggerate, polarize, or simplify. But long-term democratic health depends on citizens who resist this temptation, who choose clarity over distortion, honesty over manipulation. These choices may slow progress, but they prevent damage that is far harder to repair. The relationship between fear and freedom deserves attention. Fear narrows expression. It makes people cautious, defensive, and inward-looking. Freedom expands expression, but only when citizens feel safe to disagree. Democracies must therefore protect not only legal rights, but psychological safety, the assurance that disagreement will not lead to exclusion, ridicule, or retaliation. The voice of the citizen flourishes where fear recedes. Another subtle challenge arises when citizens begin to confuse identity with opinion. When beliefs become inseparable from self-worth, disagreement feels like attack. This dynamic hardens discourse and discourages engagement. A healthy democracy allows citizens to revise opinions without losing dignity. The voice of the citizen must remain flexible, capable of growth, correction, and evolution. Stagnant certainty weakens democratic conversation. In India's vast social landscape, regional and local voices carry particular importance. National narratives often overlook local realities. Policies designed at scale may miss ground-level impact. Citizen voice at the local level, in villages, towns, neighborhoods, and communities, provides essential feedback that no centralized system can generate. Democracy strengthens when local voices are not drowned out by national noise. There is also the question of moral courage in everyday settings. Speaking up does not always mean public platforms or mass movements. Sometimes it means challenging unfairness in a workplace, questioning prejudice in a social circle, or defending someone being ignored. These small acts rarely make headlines, but they shape social norms. Democracy is built as much in private spaces as in public ones. As societies modernize, efficiency becomes a dominant value. Faster decisions, quicker outcomes, streamlined processes. While efficiency has its place, democracy cannot be optimized like a machine without losing its soul. Deliberation takes time. Inclusion takes effort. Listening slows things down. Citizen voice often introduces friction, but this friction protects against error and exclusion. Democracy that moves too fast risks leaving people behind. The concept of legitimacy must be revisited repeatedly. Legitimacy is not permanent. It must be renewed. Institutions earn legitimacy through responsiveness. Leaders earn legitimacy through accountability. Policies earn legitimacy through fairness. Citizen voice is the feedback mechanism that tests legitimacy continuously. Without it, authority may remain, but trust fades. Another important dimension of citizenship is the ability to live with disagreement without withdrawal. Democracy does not promise harmony, it promises process. Citizens who expect agreement as a condition for participation will eventually disengage. Those who accept disagreement as normal remain involved. The voice of the citizen must be resilient enough to persist, even when consensus feels distant. As time moves forward, new challenges will emerge that previous generations could not imagine. Technological shifts, environmental pressures, demographic changes, all will test democratic systems. Laws alone will not be enough. Institutions alone will not be enough. Citizen voice will remain essential in interpreting these challenges, setting priorities, and demanding ethical boundaries. There is also the responsibility to protect future voices. Democracy must remain open not only to current citizens, but to those who will inherit its consequences. Decisions made today shape the space future citizens will have to speak. Short-term gains that limit long-term freedom are betrayals of democratic continuity. Citizen voice must therefore think beyond the present moment. As this narrative stretches onward, the central truth continues to echo. Democracy is not sustained by belief alone, but by practice. Practice requires repetition. Repetition requires patience. Patience requires commitment. The voice of the citizen is the sound of this commitment carried forward day after day. It may falter, it may weaken, it may grow tired, but as long as it does not disappear, democracy remains possible. And so, we continue. Not because the work is easy, but because the alternative is silence, and silence has never protected freedom. As the reflection stretches onward, a quieter but heavier truth settles in. Democracy asks citizens to live with uncertainty. There are no final victories, no permanent solutions, no moment when the work is complete. Each generation inherits unfinished tasks and unresolved tensions. This can feel discouraging, but it is also what keeps democracy alive. A system that claims finality stops listening. A system that accepts uncertainty remains open. The voice of the citizen is the mechanism through which this openness is preserved. One of the most misunderstood ideas in public life is strength. Strength is often mistaken for dominance, for certainty, for the ability to silence opposition. But democratic strength is different. It is the ability to absorb criticism without collapse, to adapt without losing core values, to hear uncomfortable truths without retaliation. Citizen voice tests this strength constantly. When systems respond defensively, weakness is revealed. When they respond thoughtfully, legitimacy grows. There is also the matter of time horizons. Power often operates on short cycles, terms, deadlines, headlines. Citizenship operates on longer ones, lifetimes, generations, legacies. When citizens align their voice only with short-term outcomes, frustration increases. When they understand that influence unfolds slowly, patience deepens. Democracy requires citizens who can think beyond immediate reward and invest effort whose benefits they may never personally see. In everyday life, this long view can be difficult to maintain. Economic pressures, social stress, personal struggles all compete for attention. It is understandable that public engagement sometimes feels secondary. But democracy does not demand constant intensity. It demands consistent presence. Even small acts, staying informed, questioning respectfully, voting thoughtfully, speaking when something feels wrong, accumulate over time. The voice of the citizen does not need to be loud every day. It needs to be alive. Another essential dimension is humility toward complexity. Social problems rarely have simple causes or simple solutions. Citizens who acknowledge complexity are better equipped to contribute meaningfully. This does not mean accepting paralysis. It means resisting oversimplification. Democracy suffers when slogans replace thought. Citizen voice must push conversation beyond easy answers, even when complexity feels inconvenient. In India's plural society, this humility becomes especially important. No single narrative can capture the full reality of such diversity. When citizens insist on absolute narratives, voices at the margins disappear. Democracy survives when multiple truths are allowed to coexist, even when they challenge each other. The voice of the citizen must create space rather than shrink it. There is also the responsibility to distinguish between criticism and contempt. Criticism aims to improve. Contempt aims to dismiss. When contempt dominates public discourse, trust erodes rapidly. Citizens who criticize with care, firm, but fair, preserve the possibility of reform. Democracy depends not just on what is said, but on how it is said. As societies face rapid change, fear of loss often dominates conversation. Loss of identity, security, opportunity, certainty. Fear is powerful, and it can mobilize voices quickly. But fear-driven engagement rarely builds sustainable solutions. Citizen voice must acknowledge fear without being ruled by it. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to speak responsibly. Despite it, another quiet danger arises when citizens equate loyalty with silence. True loyalty does not avoid discomfort. It confronts it. Silence in the face of injustice is not loyalty, it is neglect. The voice of the citizen expresses care precisely because it refuses to look away. Democracies need this form of loyalty, one that strengthens rather than flatters. As this extended narrative continues, it becomes clearer that democracy is held together by relationships between citizens and institutions, between generations, between communities, between ideals and reality. These relationships require maintenance. Voice is one of the primary tools of that maintenance. Without it, relationships decay quietly. The question of legacy also emerges. What kind of democratic culture is being passed forward? One of fear or one of confidence? One of silence or one of engagement? Citizens today shape not only policies, but expectations. Children observe how adults speak about power, justice, and responsibility. From these observations, they learn whether their future voice will matter. Democracy's future is shaped long before ballots are cast. There is also wisdom in recognizing limits. Citizens cannot engage in everything, everywhere, all the time. Burnout helps no one. Choosing where to focus, when to speak, and when to listen is part of mature citizenship. The goal is not constant outrage, but sustained care. The voice of the citizen must be protected from exhaustion if it is to endure. As the hours of this narrative stretch on, the message remains steady, layered, and patient. Democracy lives in repetition, in showing up again, in refusing to surrender to apathy, in choosing engagement over indifference, even when outcomes are uncertain. This is not a call to heroism. It is a call to persistence. And so the voice continues, uneven, diverse, imperfect, but present. And as long as it remains present, democracy remains possible. As the reflection moves forward, attention must turn to the idea of courage in ordinary life, because democracy does not survive on extraordinary moments alone. It survives on everyday bravery, the quiet decision to remain honest, the refusal to normalize what feels unjust, the willingness to ask questions even when answers are uncomfortable. These are not heroic acts in the traditional sense, but they are the backbone of democratic culture. When ordinary courage disappears, no constitution can compensate. There is a subtle but powerful connection between dignity and participation. People participate when they feel respected. They withdraw when they feel invisible. Democracy is not strengthened by demanding engagement. It is strengthened by earning it. Institutions that listen invite voice. Institutions that dismiss discourage it. The voice of the citizen responds to signals of openness or of exclusion, and adjusts accordingly. Another important dimension is memory. Democracies that forget their struggles repeat them. Citizens who forget past sacrifices underestimate present responsibilities. Memory is not nostalgia. It is orientation. It reminds society where it has been, what it has endured, and what it must not accept. Again, citizen voice keeps memory alive by retelling, questioning, and contextualizing history rather than allowing it to fade into ceremony. As India continues to change, the pace of transformation itself becomes a challenge. Rapid development can produce both opportunity and dislocation. Some move forward quickly, others are left behind. Democracy must hold both realities at once. Citizen voice is essential here, not to resist change, but to shape it in ways that remain humane, inclusive, and fair. Progress that silences those affected by it is incomplete. There is also a misconception that democracy is fragile because it allows too much disagreement. In reality, democracy is fragile when disagreement is suppressed. Conflict, when managed through dialogue and institutions, strengthens democratic systems by revealing tensions early. The voice of the citizen acts as an early warning system, highlighting cracks before they become fractures. The role of ethics in public life cannot be overstated. Laws define what is permitted. Ethics define what is acceptable. When citizens abandon ethical reflection, legal compliance becomes the ceiling rather than the floor. Citizen voice raises ethical questions that law alone cannot answer. Questions about fairness, dignity, responsibility, and impact. These questions keep democracy morally alive. Another quiet responsibility of citizenship is discernment. Not every issue demands the same response. Not every provocation deserves amplification. Democracies suffer when citizens react indiscriminately. The ability to choose where to invest attention is a civic skill. The voice of the citizen gains strength when it is selective, informed, and intentional. As public life grows louder, silence is sometimes mistaken for wisdom and noise for action. But wisdom often speaks softly and persists. The citizen who returns again and again to the same issue, with evidence, patience, and clarity, exerts influence that momentary outrage cannot match. Democracy bends toward those who endure. There is also a relational aspect to citizenship that is often ignored. People are more likely to listen to those they trust. Trust is built not through agreement, but through consistency and integrity. Citizens who speak honestly even when it is inconvenient build credibility over time. Their voice carries weight because it is not opportunistic. The challenge of inequality continues to shape democratic participation. When access to resources, education, or platforms is uneven, voice becomes uneven. Democracy must continuously work to widen access to participation, not merely proclaim equality. Citizen voice draws attention to these gaps, insisting that inclusion be practical, not symbolic. As the narrative continues to expand, it becomes clear that democracy is not preserved by optimism alone. It is preserved by realism paired with resolve. Citizens must see problems clearly without surrendering to despair. The voice of the citizen must be strong enough to name failure and patient enough to pursue repair. The idea of belonging also deserves reflection. Citizens speak more freely when they feel they belong. Exclusion, subtle or overt, weakens voice. Democracies thrive when belonging is expanded rather than restricted. Citizen voice often emerges most strongly from those asserting their right to belong fully and without condition. As hours of reflection accumulate, one theme remains constant. Democracy is not sustained by perfection, but by participation. It does not require flawless citizens. It requires present ones. People who show up, speak up, listen, and return even after disappointment. This is not a story of triumph. It is a story of continuity, of effort repeated, of voice renewed. And so the narrative carries on, steady and unbroken, because the work it describes is never finished, only continued. As the hours stretch on and the reflection deepens, another essential layer of democratic life comes into focus: responsibility without control. Citizens do not control every outcome. They do not decide every policy. They do not shape every consequence. And yet, democracy asks them to remain responsible anyway. This paradox is difficult to accept. It is far easier to disengage when influence feels limited. But democracy survives precisely because citizens stay involved even when control is incomplete. The voice of the citizen is an assertion of responsibility, not dominance. There is also the subtle danger of impatience masquerading as realism. When change is slow, people are told to accept reality, to lower expectations, to adjust. Sometimes this advice is practical, but too often, it becomes a method of containment. Democracy does not advance through resignation. It advances through sustained pressure applied patiently. Citizen voice resists premature acceptance of injustice by refusing to treat the present as permanent. As societies become more interconnected, comparisons increase. Citizens see how others live, how other systems function, how other governments respond. These comparisons can inspire improvement, but they can also breed resentment. The challenge is to convert comparison into learning rather than bitterness. Citizen voice plays a role here, not merely pointing out difference, but asking why difference exists and what can be adapted thoughtfully rather than copied blindly. The idea of accountability must also be revisited continuously. Accountability is not punishment alone. It is explanation. It is the expectation that decisions will be justified, processes clarified, and consequences acknowledged. When accountability disappears, trust erodes. When accountability is practiced, even unpopular decisions can retain legitimacy. Citizen voice is the demand that accountability remain active rather than symbolic. There is also an emotional skill required for democratic participation: tolerance for ambiguity. Issues are rarely clear-cut. Motives are rarely pure. Outcomes are rarely perfect. Citizens who demand absolute clarity before engagement often withdraw entirely. Democracy requires people who can act despite ambiguity, who can say, "This is imperfect, but silence is worse." India's democratic experience continues to be shaped by scale of population, diversity, aspiration. In such a vast setting, frustration is inevitable. Systems move slowly, feedback loops are long, but scale also magnifies impact. Small improvements affect millions. Small failures cause widespread harm. Citizen voice becomes especially important here, because errors at scale cannot be ignored safely. Another dimension of citizenship is the discipline of staying informed without becoming overwhelmed. Information is abundant, but understanding is scarce. Citizens must learn to filter, verify, and contextualize. This effort is not optional. Democracies weaken when citizens surrender understanding to slogans or personalities. The voice of the citizen gains authority when it is informed, even imperfectly. There is also the risk of cynicism disguising itself as wisdom. Cynicism claims to see through everything, to expect nothing, to trust no one. While skepticism is healthy, cynicism corrodes engagement. A cynical citizen may feel intellectually superior, but contributes little to repair. Democracy requires critical hope, the belief that improvement is difficult but possible. Citizen voice must carry this belief forward. The role of empathy cannot be ignored. Empathy does not mean agreement. It means effort. Effort to understand how policies affect lives different from one's own. When citizens lose empathy, politics becomes abstraction. When empathy is present, policies gain moral weight. Citizen voice that includes empathy humanizes debate and reduces the risk of dehumanization. As the narrative continues, the idea of courage returns, but now in a quieter form. Endurance. Endurance is courage stretched over time. It is staying present when attention fades. It is returning to issues others have abandoned. It is continuing to speak when novelty disappears. Democracies are sustained by endurance. Far more than by moments of intensity. There is also a responsibility to protect democratic spaces themselves, spaces for dialogue, dissent, inquiry, and debate. These spaces do not protect themselves automatically. They erode when neglected. Citizen voice must defend not only specific outcomes, but the conditions that make participation possible at all. As generations change, so do the forms of engagement. Methods evolve, platforms shift, but the essence remains. Citizens expressing concern, demanding fairness, and insisting on dignity. The voice of the citizen adapts, but it does not disappear. Each generation finds new ways to speak, even when old ways fail. As this reflection continues without hurry or endpoint, one truth grows heavier and clearer. Democracy is not sustained by belief alone, nor by law alone, nor by leadership alone. It is sustained by millions of small decisions made daily by ordinary people, decisions to speak, to listen, to question, to care. And this is why the voice of the citizen matters even when it feels small, even when it feels tired, even when it feels unheard. Because democracy is not built on moments of certainty, but on persistence in uncertainty. And so the voice continues. Not loudly, not perfectly, but consistently. As the reflection carries forward, attention turns to the idea of limits, not as barriers, but as responsibilities. Democracy does not grant unlimited freedom without consequence. It asks citizens to exercise restraint alongside expression. The voice of the citizen gains legitimacy when it respects the shared space it occupies. Speaking freely does not mean speaking carelessly. Words shape climates, and climates shape outcomes. A democracy where citizens recognize this weight treats speech not as a weapon, but as a tool for repair. There is also the difficult reality that democracy often advances unevenly. Some groups gain voice faster than others. Some concerns receive attention sooner. This imbalance can create resentment, even among those who support democratic ideals. Citizen voice must therefore serve not only self-interest, but collective fairness. Democracies mature when citizens advocate not just for their own inclusion, but for the inclusion of those still unheard. The concept of patience returns again, now sharpened by experience. Patience is often misunderstood as waiting quietly. In democracy, patience is active. It is the willingness to keep engaging without demanding instant validation. Active patience sustains movements, protects institutions from rash decisions, and allows ideas time to mature. The voice of the citizen practiced patiently becomes harder to dismiss. Another challenge emerges in the form of performative participation, speaking for appearance rather than impact, aligning with causes for identity rather than responsibility. This performance may generate visibility, but it rarely produces change. Democracy requires sincerity. Engagement rooted in care rather than image. Citizen voice gains power when it is grounded in lived concern, not social reward. In India's evolving democratic landscape, economic ambition often intersects with civic duty in complex ways. As opportunities expand, time becomes scarce. People prioritize survival, progress, and security. Civic engagement can feel like a luxury, but democracy cannot survive as a hobby of the privileged. Citizen voice must remain accessible, relevant, and connected to daily realities, or it risks becoming detached from the lives it is meant to serve. The idea of dialogue must be revisited carefully. Dialogue is not debate designed to win. It is exchange designed to understand. Democracies that lose the ability to dialogue harden into camps. Citizen voice must resist this hardening by remaining curious, even when disagreement feels entrenched. Curiosity is not weakness. It is an investment in coexistence. There is also the responsibility of correction, correcting misinformation, correcting unfair narratives, correcting oneself when wrong. Correction is uncomfortable, especially in public. But democracies depend on correction to prevent drift. Citizen voice that includes self-correction strengthens trust rather than weakening authority. As societies become more complex, specialization increases. Experts speak in technical language. Institutions operate through layers. Citizens may feel excluded from understanding. Democracy must resist this gap. Citizen voice must insist on clarity, translation, and accessibility. When people understand, they participate. When they do not, they withdraw. The emotional cost of sustained engagement deserves acknowledgement. Caring deeply over long periods is tiring. Disappointment accumulates. Progress stalls. Burnout is real. Democracies that ignore this cost lose participants silently. Citizen voice must also include the right to rest, to step back temporarily, without abandoning responsibility altogether. Sustainable engagement matters more than constant intensity. There is a temptation, especially during difficult times, to seek saviors, individuals or institutions that promise certainty and control. This temptation is understandable, but dangerous. Democracy does not need saviors. It needs stewards. Citizen voice must resist narratives that concentrate responsibility upward and instead reinforce shared ownership of outcomes. As the narrative stretches further, the importance of ordinary conversations becomes clearer. Democracy is shaped not only in public forums, but in kitchens, classrooms, workplaces, and streets. How citizens speak to each other in these spaces determines the tone of public life. The voice of the citizen is most influential where it is most intimate. There is also the question of hope, now reframed as commitment without guarantee. Hope in democracy is not belief in inevitable success. It is refusal to give up. Citizen voice carries this hope forward even when evidence feels thin. This form of hope is quiet, durable, and difficult to extinguish. As this extended reflection continues, the message remains steady and unembellished. Democracy is not preserved by intensity alone, nor by intelligence alone, nor by passion alone. It is preserved by presence, by people staying involved, staying curious, staying willing to speak and listen again. The voice of the citizen is not a single sound. It is a long, layered chorus, sometimes dissonant, sometimes harmonious, always unfinished. Its strength lies not in unity of opinion, but in continuity of participation. And so the voice continues, not because conditions are perfect, but because silence would cost more. As the reflection carries on without haste, the idea of power itself demands closer examination. Power is often imagined as something possessed, held by governments, institutions, or leaders. But in a democracy, power is also relational. It flows through consent, participation, and expectation. When citizens withdraw their attention, their trust, or their engagement, power shifts quietly. The voice of the citizen is one of the primary ways this flow is shaped, redirected, and restrained. One of the most difficult lessons in democratic life is that injustice does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it arrives softly, disguised as efficiency, necessity, or inevitability. It presents itself as temporary, exceptional, or unavoidable. Citizen voice is essential in questioning these narratives. Not every justification is dishonest, but every justification deserves scrutiny. Democracy depends on citizens who are willing to ask, again and again, is this truly necessary, and for whom? There is also the challenge of normalization. When extraordinary measures become routine, when emergency language becomes permanent, when exceptions turn into standards, democracy thins gradually. Citizen voice interrupts this process by refusing to forget original intentions. Memory, in this sense, becomes an act of resistance. Remembering what was promised, what was said, and what was meant keeps systems accountable to their own words. As societies evolve, the meaning of participation also evolves. New platforms emerge, new forms of expression arise. But participation is not defined by technology. It is defined by intention. A comment posted without reflection is participation in form, not in substance. A thoughtful conversation held quietly can have deeper impact. The voice of the citizen is measured not by reach alone, but by sincerity and follow-through. India's democratic landscape is marked by coexistence of ancient traditions and modern aspirations. This coexistence creates tension, but also possibility. Citizen voice becomes the space where tradition is questioned without contempt and progress is pursued without erasure. Democracy does not require choosing between past and future. It requires dialogue between them. Another aspect of citizenship that deserves attention is the courage to disappoint one's own group. Speaking honestly sometimes means challenging those who share your identity, background, or beliefs. This form of courage is particularly difficult, because it risks isolation. Yet democracies rely heavily on internal critique. Citizen voice that can challenge inwardly is often more transformative than criticism aimed outward. The idea of fairness must also be revisited continuously. Fairness is not static. What once seemed fair may no longer be sufficient as circumstances change. Citizen voice updates the moral compass of society by bringing new experiences into public view. When fairness is frozen in time, injustice grows quietly around it. As public debates intensify, the temptation to simplify grows stronger. Complex issues are reduced to slogans. Nuanced positions are flattened. Democracy suffers when simplification replaces understanding. Citizen voice must resist this pressure by insisting on complexity even when it is inconvenient. Complexity does not weaken democracy. It protects it from error. There is also the responsibility to recognize progress without abandoning critique. Democracies falter when citizens believe that acknowledging improvement requires silence about remaining flaws. Both can coexist. In fact, they must. Citizen voice that recognizes progress builds credibility. Citizen voice that continues to demand better sustains momentum. The emotional rhythm of democratic engagement rises and falls. Periods of intense activity are followed by quiet phases. This rhythm is natural. What matters is not constant motion, but return. Citizens who return after disappointment, after loss, after fatigue, keep democracy alive. The voice of the citizen is not a continuous shout. It is a recurring presence. As the narrative continues, the role of ethics in language becomes clearer. How issues are framed influences how solutions are imagined. Language that dehumanizes narrows options. Language that acknowledges dignity expands them. Citizen voice carries ethical responsibility not only in content, but in tone. Democracy is shaped as much by how we speak as by what we demand. Another quiet danger arises when citizens begin to see democracy as something fragile that must be protected from them. This belief discourages participation and concentrates authority. In truth, democracy is fragile when citizens are excluded, not when they are involved. The voice of the citizen is not a threat to democracy. It is its immune system. As the reflection stretches onward, it becomes evident that democracy is not a static achievement, but a living relationship. Relationships require communication. They require honesty. They require repair. Silence is not neutrality in a relationship. It is distance. Citizen voice closes that distance, even when conversation is difficult. There is also the matter of accountability to oneself. Citizens must ask not only what institutions owe them, but what they owe the democratic space they inhabit. Are they informed? Are they fair? Are they willing to listen? Democracy does not demand perfection, but it does demand effort. The voice of the citizen reflects this effort outward. As hours accumulate in this long narrative, the conclusion remains intentionally absent. Democracy does not move toward final statements. It moves through ongoing dialogue. The voice of the citizen is part of that dialogue, sometimes confident, sometimes uncertain, sometimes tired, sometimes renewed, but always necessary. And so, the reflection continues, steady and unbroken, because the work it describes cannot be rushed, resolved, or replaced. As this reflection carries forward, the idea of responsibility widens again, now touching the space between intention and impact. Many citizens act with good intentions, yet democracy is shaped not only by what people mean to do, but by what their actions actually produce. The voice of the citizen must therefore include self-examination, not as guilt, but as awareness. Democracies improve when citizens are willing to ask not only, "Was I right?" but also, "What did this create?" There is a quiet strength in accountability that does not wait to be demanded. When citizens hold themselves to standards of honesty, fairness, and restraint even when no one is watching, democratic culture deepens. Laws cannot enforce this kind of responsibility. Institutions cannot manufacture it. It emerges from internal commitment. The voice of the citizen, shaped by this commitment, becomes trustworthy because it is grounded in integrity rather than impulse. Another layer emerges in the relationship between belonging and criticism. People often believe that to belong, they must conform, and to criticize, they must distance themselves. This is a false choice. True belonging includes the right to question. In fact, meaningful criticism is often born from care. Citizen voice that critiques from within strengthens democracy more than praise that ignores reality. As societies grow more complex, the temptation to disengage increases. Issues overlap, solutions conflict, outcomes feel uncertain. Complexity can create paralysis. But democracy does not require complete understanding before participation. It requires willingness to engage despite incomplete knowledge. Citizen voice does not need to be expert to be valid. It needs to be honest and open to learning. India's democratic experience illustrates this tension vividly. Vast diversity means no single perspective can capture the whole truth. Yet democracy does not demand a single truth. It demands dialogue between many. Citizen voice becomes the bridge that allows partial truths to coexist without canceling one another. This coexistence is not weakness. It is democratic strength. There is also a danger in equating disagreement with division. Disagreement is natural. Division occurs when disagreement hardens into refusal to coexist. Citizen voice plays a crucial role in preventing this hardening by keeping communication open even when consensus feels distant. Dialogue does not eliminate conflict, but it prevents collapse. As the hours pass, the concept of stewardship grows clearer. Citizens are stewards of democratic space, not owners of final outcomes. Stewardship implies care, maintenance, and responsibility over time. It accepts imperfection while resisting neglect. The voice of the citizen is one of the primary tools of stewardship, signaling when repair is needed and when values are drifting. Another often overlooked responsibility is the protection of truth, not absolute certainty, but honesty. Democracies do not require citizens to know everything, but they require citizens to avoid deliberate distortion. When truth becomes optional, trust collapses. Citizen voice anchored in honesty stabilizes public life even during disagreement. The pace of modern life continues to test democratic habits. Speed favors reaction over reflection. Algorithms reward intensity over accuracy. In this environment, restraint becomes a civic virtue. Choosing not to share unverified claims, choosing to pause before responding, choosing depth over immediacy. These choices rarely feel dramatic, but they protect democracy quietly. There is also the challenge of selective outrage. Caring deeply about some injustices while ignoring others erodes credibility. Citizens cannot care about everything equally, but consistency in values matters. The voice of the citizen gains moral weight when principles remain stable even as priorities shift. As democratic systems evolve, new forms of participation will emerge. Some will succeed, some will fail. Adaptation is inevitable. What must remain constant is the belief that citizen voice matters, not symbolically, but practically. Democracies that treat participation as decoration rather than foundation hollow out from within. The emotional landscape of citizenship continues to fluctuate. Hope rises, disappointment follows, energy returns, fatigue sets in. This cycle is not failure, it is human. The danger lies not in fluctuation, but in exit. Citizens who leave the conversation entirely create space for unaccountable power. The voice of the citizen must be allowed to rest, but not disappear. As the narrative continues, without closure, the idea of dignity resurfaces again, now more firmly rooted. Dignity is not granted by institutions, it is affirmed through participation. When citizens speak, listen, and engage as equals, dignity becomes lived reality. Democracy is not only about decisions, it is about how people are treated in the process of making them. There is also the responsibility to protect disagreement itself. Democracies that eliminate disagreement eliminate learning. Citizen voice must defend the right to dissent even when dissent is uncomfortable. This defense is not conditional on agreement. It is unconditional commitment to pluralism. As these reflections continue to unfold, one realization remains unchanged. Democracy is not maintained by fear of collapse, but by commitment to continuity. Not by urgency alone, but by endurance. The voice of the citizen is not a one-time intervention. It is a long presence stretched across time. And so the voice continues, layered, patient, imperfect, and essential, because democracy does not ask for certainty. It asks for participation. As this reflection continues to unfold, the idea of participation takes on a deeper meaning. Participation not as reaction, but as responsibility. Over time, democracies are often imagined as systems that respond to pressure, but in reality, they are sustained by continuity. Citizen voice is not only meant to interrupt wrongdoing, it is meant to accompany governance, watching, questioning, and adjusting as conditions evolve. When citizens disappear between moments of crisis, power grows comfortable. When citizens remain present, power remains alert. There is also a subtle transformation that happens when citizens begin to see democracy not as a service delivered to them, but as a space they co-create. This shift is profound. A service can be criticized from a distance. A shared space must be cared for. Citizen voice changes character when this realization settles in. It becomes less accusatory and more constructive, less transactional and more relational. Democracy deepens when citizens stop asking only, "What am I getting?" and begin asking, "What are we building?" The question of trust returns again, now framed differently. Trust is not the absence of doubt. It is the decision to stay engaged despite doubt. Blind trust is dangerous. Constant suspicion is exhausting. Democratic trust lives in the middle, skeptical but committed. Citizen voice reflects this. Balance when it questions without abandoning, criticizes without destroying, and demands without dehumanizing. As societies mature, the temptation to reduce democracy to procedure becomes stronger. Forms are filled, votes are counted, rules are followed, and yet something essential can still be missing. Democracy is not only procedural, it is experiential. How it feels to participate matters. Do citizens feel heard? Do they feel respected? Do they feel safe to disagree? The voice of the citizen carries these experiential truths into public awareness. India's democratic journey has always included moments of tension between authority and participation. These tensions are not signs of failure, they are signs of life. A democracy without tension is often a democracy without engagement. Citizen voice keeps this tension visible, preventing comfort from turning into complacency. Another essential element is the willingness to learn publicly. Admitting error is difficult, especially in public spaces that reward certainty. But democracies grow when citizens model learning rather than defensiveness. The voice of the citizen that can say, "I was wrong," strengthens discourse by making growth acceptable. Without this openness, debates harden into performance. There is also the responsibility to resist despair. Despair feels intelligent because it sees flaws clearly. But despair immobilize. Democracies do not survive on awareness alone. They survive on action. Informed by awareness, citizen voice must acknowledge problems without surrendering to hopelessness. Hope, in this context, is not optimism, it is commitment without guarantee. The pace of change continues to test patience. Progress arrives unevenly. Some reforms succeed while others stall. Citizens who expect linear improvement often disengage when reality proves messier. Democracy requires emotional resilience, the ability to absorb setbacks without withdrawing. The voice of the citizen that returns after disappointment is more powerful than the voice that speaks only during momentum. There is also an ethical dimension to persistence. Continuing to engage even when outcomes are unclear affirms belief in shared responsibility. It says, "This matters enough to stay." Democracies are held together by people who stay, who do not abandon public life simply because it becomes difficult, slow, or unrewarding. As the narrative stretches on, the idea of scale becomes important again. Individual voices may feel small, but culture is shaped by accumulation. Norms change not because one person speaks, but because many speak over time. The voice of the citizen does not need to dominate to matter, it needs to contribute consistently. Another quiet truth emerges. Democracy is strengthened when citizens protect each other's right to speak, not only their own. This protection becomes most meaningful when applied across disagreement. Defending the right of An opposing voice affirms commitment to process over outcome. Citizen voice that defends pluralism preserves democratic space for future disagreement. The role of imagination resurfaces as well. Citizens must be able to imagine alternatives to what exists, not perfect worlds, but better arrangements. Without imagination, critique becomes repetitive and reform becomes shallow. The voice of the citizen that imagines responsibly expands the horizon of possibility without detaching from reality. As hours continue to accumulate in this long reflection, the absence of a conclusion becomes intentional. Democracy does not culminate in final clarity. It continues through ongoing negotiation between ideals and circumstances. Citizen voice is the sound of that negotiation, sometimes confident, sometimes searching, always incomplete. There is no final statement because democracy does not end. There is only continuation, return, renewal, and so the voice continues, steady, layered, patient, not because answers are complete, but because silence would mean surrender. As the hours stretch further, the idea of continuity itself becomes central. Democracies are not preserved by dramatic moments alone, but by what happens between them, between elections, between protests, between headlines. It is in these quieter spaces that citizen voice either fades or settles into habit. And habits, more than moments, determine the health of a democracy. When engagement becomes habitual, democracy becomes resilient. There is a subtle danger in associating civic participation only with intensity. Loudness is often mistaken for importance. Visibility is confused with value. Yet some of the most consequential democratic work happens quietly, in careful listening, in patient explanation, in consistent local involvement. Citizen voice does not always need amplification. Sometimes it needs depth. As societies evolve, memory becomes an essential democratic resource. Democracies that forget the past repeat errors with confidence. Citizens carry memory not only through history books, but through stories, conversations, and lived experience. The voice of the citizen preserves this memory, reminding institutions of promises made, paths taken, and lessons learned. Memory anchors democracy against manipulation. There is also the responsibility to distinguish between criticism and contempt. Criticism aims to improve. Contempt aims to dismiss. Democracies can survive criticism. They cannot survive widespread contempt for shared institutions. Citizen voice must walk this line carefully, firm without being corrosive, demanding without being dismissive. This balance is difficult, but essential. The role of humility emerges again, now framed as democratic maturity. Humility is not silence. It is awareness of limits, limits of knowledge, perspective, and certainty. Citizen voice that carries humility invites dialogue rather than domination. In diverse societies, humility allows coexistence without erasure. India's democratic fabric, woven from countless identities, languages, beliefs, and histories, depends on this humility. No single narrative can contain the whole. Democracy here survives not by reducing difference, but by managing it with respect. Citizen voice becomes the thread that holds difference together without forcing uniformity. Another dimension reveals itself in the relationship between speed and care. Modern democracies move faster than ever before. Decisions travel instantly. Reactions multiply rapidly. Yet care requires slowness. Understanding requires pause. Citizen voice must sometimes resist speed in order to preserve thoughtfulness. Slower speech can protect democracy from reckless momentum. The emotional weight of citizenship continues to accumulate across time. Anger, hope, disappointment, pride, all coexist. Suppressing these emotions weakens engagement, but being ruled by them destabilizes it. Democracy asks citizens to feel deeply without losing balance. The voice of the citizen carries emotion, but also responsibility. As participation continues across years, generational exchange becomes crucial. Older citizens carry memory. Younger citizens carry imagination. When these groups fail to listen to one another, democracy fractures along age lines. Citizen voice must create bridges between experience and aspiration, allowing continuity without stagnation. There is also the quiet responsibility of consistency. Speaking once is easier than speaking again. Returning after setbacks requires resolve. Democracies are shaped by those who return, who show up again even when enthusiasm fades. The voice of the citizen that persists becomes part of the background strength of democratic life. Another challenge emerges in the form of cynicism disguised as intelligence. Cynicism often presents itself as realism, but it erodes trust without offering repair. Democracies weakened by cynicism lose their capacity for collective action. Citizen voice must remain critical without becoming cynical, aware without becoming disengaged. As public discourse becomes more crowded, the temptation to oversimplify grows stronger. Complex issues are reduced to slogans. Nuance is treated as weakness. Yet democracy depends on complexity being acknowledged. Citizen voice must resist the urge to flatten reality for convenience. Honest complexity builds stronger solutions. The idea of fairness resurfaces again, now understood not as equal outcomes, but as equal dignity. Democracies cannot guarantee identical results for everyone, but they must guarantee respect. Citizen voice plays a key role in defending dignity, especially for those whose voices are quieter or marginalized. As the narrative continues without resolution, one truth becomes increasingly clear. Democracy is not sustained by agreement, but by commitment to shared process. Citizens do not need to think alike. They need to stay connected. The voice of the citizen is the thread that keeps the connection alive. There is no final crescendo, no concluding declaration, only continuation. The voice continues, not because it is always heard, but because it must keep speaking, not because democracy is perfect, but because it is unfinished. As this long reflection moves forward, attention shifts to the idea of ownership, not ownership of power, but ownership of responsibility. Democracies weaken when citizens outsource responsibility entirely to leaders, institutions, or systems. While leadership matters, democracy is not a spectator arrangement. Citizen voice becomes meaningful when people recognize that silence is also a form of participation, and often one that favors the status quo. There is an important distinction between feeling represented and being engaged. Representation can exist without participation, but participation deepens representation. When citizens rely only on others to speak for them, democratic life becomes thin. The voice of the citizen is not meant to replace institutions, but to continuously inform, challenge, and guide them. As societies change, values are tested not during calm periods, but during stress. Economic uncertainty, social conflict, external pressure, these moments reveal whether democratic habits are strong or fragile. Citizen voice during stress carries extra weight. It can either escalate fear or stabilize discourse. The choice citizens make in these moments shapes the direction of public life. Another theme re-emerges: restraint as strength. Democracies do not collapse only from attack, they also collapse from excess. Excess of rhetoric, excess of suspicion, excess of reaction. Citizen voice that practices restraint does not dilute conviction. It preserves space for understanding. Restraint allows disagreement without destruction. India's democratic conversation often unfolds across stark contrasts: wealth and poverty, tradition and modernity, speed and patience. Citizen voice acts as the connective tissue across these contrasts. It translates experience across divides, making governance responsive to realities that cannot be captured by statistics alone. There is also the responsibility to resist simplification of people themselves. Democracies suffer when citizens reduce one another to labels, stereotypes, or single opinions. The voice of the citizen must recognize complexity in others, even when disagreement is strong. This recognition does not erase conflict. It humanizes it. As participation stretches across years, motivation inevitably fluctuates. Citizens cannot remain equally energized at all times. What sustains democracy is not constant enthusiasm, but reliable return. The voice that comes back, after disappointment, after distraction, after fatigue, strengthens democratic culture through persistence alone. Another layer of democratic life reveals itself in the concept of listening as action. Listening is often treated as passive, but in democracy it is active labor. It requires patience, openness, and discipline. Citizen voice that listens well shapes outcomes as much as citizen voice that speaks loudly. Democracies fail not only when people stop talking, but when they stop listening. There is also the challenge of inherited narratives. Citizens often inherit beliefs about institutions, groups, or histories without examining them. Democracy asks for periodic re-examination, not rejection of history, but honest engagement with it. Citizen voice that revisits assumptions keeps democratic understanding alive and adaptive. As technology continues to mediate public life, the line between private thought and public expression blurs. Citizens are now participants in public discourse more frequently and more visibly than ever before. This visibility increases responsibility. The voice of the citizen must be mindful of its reach, its permanence, and its influence beyond immediate context. The notion of courage returns again, now stripped of drama. Democratic courage is not always loud. Sometimes it is the courage to speak calmly when outrage is expected. Sometimes it is the courage to admit uncertainty when certainty is rewarded. Citizen voice that carries this quiet courage stabilizes discourse. There is also a need to protect democratic joy, moments of shared pride, celebration, and collective achievement. Democracies cannot survive on critique alone. Citizen voice should also recognize progress, however imperfect. Celebration does not negate accountability. It reinforces motivation. As this narrative continues to extend, the absence of a clear endpoint becomes a statement in itself. Democracy does not arrive fully formed. It is never completed. Each generation inherits unfinished work. Citizen voice is the means by which this inheritance is acknowledged and carried forward. There will always be disagreement, always tension, always imperfection. The question is not whether democracy will be messy, but whether citizens will remain present within the mess. And so the voice continues, not as a single speech, but as an ongoing act, an act of presence, an act of care, an act of responsibility. As the reflection continues to move forward, the idea of time itself becomes inseparable from democracy. Democracies do not operate on urgency alone. They operate across generations. What one generation demands, another must implement. What one generation builds, another must maintain. Citizen voice, therefore, is not only for the present moment. It is a message sent forward in time. Every act of participation leaves traces that shape what comes next. There is a tendency to view democracy through the lens of results, policies passed, leaders elected, changes achieved. But democracy is equally defined by the processes that lead to these results. How decisions are made matters as much as what decisions are made. Citizen voice influences not only outcomes, but norms, the unwritten rules that govern behavior, respect, and restraint. These norms often outlast any single policy. Another subtle challenge emerges in the space between certainty and openness. Citizens often feel pressure to appear confident, decisive, unwavering. Yet democracy benefits from citizens who can hold convictions while remaining open to revision. The voice of the citizen does not lose strength by evolving. It gains credibility. Growth is not betrayal of principle. It is refinement of understanding. In societies as layered as India, regional realities shape national conversations in profound ways. Local voices carry insights that cannot be centralized or standardized. Democracy becomes hollow when it speaks only in national abstractions. Citizen voice grounds democratic life in lived experience, in villages, towns, cities, and communities where policy meets reality. There is also the responsibility to notice who is absent from conversations. Democracy is not only about who speaks, but about who is missing. Silence can signal exclusion, fear, or fatigue. Citizen voice must sometimes speak on behalf of those who cannot, not to replace them, but to open space for their participation. Inclusion is not automatic. It is actively created. As public discourse stretches across platforms and formats, attention becomes fragmented. Messages compete. Depth struggles against distraction. Democracy must adapt to this reality without surrendering substance. Citizen voice that prioritizes clarity over noise helps restore focus to what truly matters. Another recurring theme returns with new weight: legitimacy. Democratic legitimacy does not rest solely on elections or constitutions. It rests on public belief that the system is worth engaging with. When citizens feel their voice is irrelevant, legitimacy erodes quietly. Citizen voice sustains legitimacy simply by showing up, by refusing to treat democracy as distant or abstract. The idea of shared fate becomes clearer as challenges grow more interconnected. Economic shifts, environmental pressures, technological changes, none respect individual boundaries. Democracy responds to shared fate through shared decision-making. Citizen voice connects personal experience to collective responsibility, reminding society that isolation is an illusion. There is also the discipline of disagreement that democracy demands. Disagreeing without dehumanizing, criticizing without humiliating, opposing without erasing dignity. This discipline is learned, practiced, and sometimes lost. Citizen voice must help reteach it whenever it fades. As this narrative continues without pause, the concept of patience evolves again. Patience is not passive endurance. It is active steadiness. It is staying engaged even when progress is slow, recognition is absent, and outcomes are uncertain. Democracies survive not because citizens are endlessly optimistic, but because they are persistently present. The voice of the citizen also carries the power of normalization. What is spoken repeatedly becomes accepted. What is challenged consistently becomes questioned. Over time, citizen voice reshapes what society considers normal, acceptable, or possible. This slow influence is often invisible in the moment, but profound in effect. There is also an ethical responsibility to resist cruelty in discourse. Democracies degrade when cruelty becomes entertainment. Citizen voice must reject humiliation as a political tool. Firm disagreement does not require cruelty. Accountability does not require contempt. Democracy depends on this distinction being preserved. As the reflection stretches onward, the idea of balance emerges once more, balance between urgency and patience, passion and restraint, individuality and solidarity. Democracy does not demand perfection in this balance, only effort. Citizen voice is the ongoing attempt to find that balance again and again. No final answers appear here. No definitive conclusions are offered. That absence is deliberate. Democracy is not a closed argument. It is an open conversation that refuses to end. And so the voice continues, across time, across disagreement, across generations, not because it is always loud, but because it is always necessary. As this extended reflection moves forward, the focus settles on the idea of presence, not symbolic presence, not occasional appearance, but sustained, conscious presence in public life. Democracies erode not only when citizens are silenced, but when they slowly withdraw. Withdrawal rarely announces itself. It happens quietly, through disinterest, fatigue, distraction, or the belief that one voice no longer matters. The voice of the citizen resists this erosion simply by remaining. There is a powerful misconception that democracy belongs primarily to moments of decision, elections, referendums, protests, verdicts. In truth, democracy lives most fully in the periods between decisions. It lives in conversations that shape opinion before votes are cast. It lives in questions asked long before policies are written. Citizen voice sustains these invisible foundations. As societies grow more polarized, the temptation to retreat into certainty becomes strong. Certainty feels safe. It simplifies the world. But democracy depends on uncertainty. Being tolerated rather than eliminated. The voice of the citizen that can live with unresolved questions keeps public life flexible and adaptive. Rigid certainty, by contrast, closes doors that democracy needs open. Another layer unfolds around the idea of moral responsibility. Democracies do not ask citizens to be morally perfect, but they do ask for moral effort. To notice harm, to question benefit gained at another's expense, to speak when silence would imply acceptance. Citizen voice becomes a moral instrument not by declaring virtue, but by refusing indifference. In the Indian context, this moral effort is shaped by immense diversity and inequality. Citizen voice carries different risks depending on social position. Speaking is easier for some than for others. Democracy must acknowledge this unevenness without allowing it to justify silence. Those with greater safety carry greater responsibility to speak, to protect space for others, and to amplify voices that face constraint. There is also the idea of repair of trust, of institutions, of relationships between citizens and power. Democracies are not machines that run flawlessly. They are living systems that require maintenance. Citizen voice is one of the primary tools of repair. It identifies fractures early, before collapse becomes inevitable. As discourse continues to expand across digital and physical spaces, attention becomes a scarce resource. Democracies suffer when attention is constantly pulled toward outrage rather than substance. Citizen voice that chooses focus over frenzy helps restore proportionality. Not every issue requires equal intensity, but every issue deserves honest consideration. Another recurring truth emerges. Democracy is strengthened by citizens who understand that disagreement is not a personal attack. When politics becomes personal identity, every challenge feels existential. Citizen voice must help separate belief from being, allowing disagreement without annihilation of self-worth. This separation is essential for sustainable engagement. The role of compassion reappears, now understood not as softness, but as clarity. Compassion recognizes complexity without excusing harm. It sees people as more than their worst positions. Citizen voice grounded in compassion does not surrender principles. It communicates them in ways that preserve human connection. As participation stretches across decades, citizens begin to understand that change rarely arrives in the form imagined. It is slower, messier, and often partial. Democracies do not reward impatience with immediate transformation. They reward persistence with gradual shift. The voice of the citizen that remains steady across time becomes part of this slow movement. There is also the responsibility to protect democratic imagination from cynicism. Cynicism narrows possibility. It frames effort as foolish and hope as naive. Citizen voice must challenge cynicism not by denying reality, but by refusing to let disappointment define the future. As this long narrative continues without a concluding point, the absence itself carries meaning. Democracy does not offer final answers. It offers a framework for continuous questioning. Citizen voice is the sound of that questioning, sometimes confident, sometimes uncertain, always ongoing. The work of democracy does not end with agreement. It does not end with victory. It does not end with reform. It continues. Because human societies continue to change, and governance must change with them. And so the voice continues, not as an echo of the past, but as a living presence in the present. Not as a guarantee of success, but as a refusal to abandon responsibility, not as noise, but as commitment. As this reflection stretches even further, the idea of continuity begins to feel less abstract and more embodied. Democracy lives in bodies that show up, in voices that speak even when tired, in minds that stay open despite disappointment. It is not an idea floating above society. It is enacted daily through choices that are often small, repetitive, and unnoticed. The voice of the citizen exists not only in moments of declaration, but in patterns of behavior that quietly shape public life. There is a tendency to romanticize participation, to imagine it as heroic or dramatic. In reality, democratic participation is often ordinary. It is asking a question that may not be answered immediately. It is attending a meeting that feels slow. It is reading beyond headlines. It is correcting a misconception gently rather than winning an argument loudly. Citizen voice gains its power from this ordinariness. It becomes durable because it is woven into daily life. Another layer emerges in the relationship between law and conscience. Laws define boundaries, but conscience animates behavior within them. Democracies depend on citizens who do not treat legality as the ceiling of responsibility, but as the floor. The voice of the citizen guided by conscience asks not only, "Is this allowed?" but, "Is this right?" This question sustains ethical tension that keeps systems from becoming hollow. In India's democratic journey, the coexistence of deep tradition and rapid change creates constant negotiation. Tradition offers continuity. Change demands adaptation. Citizen voice mediates between these forces. It decides which traditions remain life-giving and which must evolve. Democracy survives not by freezing the past, nor by erasing it, but by engaging it honestly. There is also the responsibility to protect democratic spaces from exhaustion. When public life becomes only conflict, people withdraw to preserve emotional energy. Democracies that feel unlivable lose participation. Citizen voice must help create spaces where disagreement does not equal hostility, where engagement does not require constant defense. Sustainable democracy requires emotional livability. The concept of fairness returns again, now reframed as procedural justice. Even when outcomes disappoint, citizens are more likely to accept them if processes feel transparent and respectful. Citizen voice plays a crucial role in demanding and defending fair process. This demand is not technical, it is deeply human. People want to feel that they were treated with dignity, even in disagreement. As discourse continues, the importance of language itself becomes clearer. Language can clarify or confuse, include or exclude, heal or inflame. Citizen voice carries responsibility not only for what is said, but for how it is said. Precision matters. Tone matters. Careful language protects democracy from unnecessary escalation. Another quiet truth surfaces. Democracy depends on citizens who can tolerate ambiguity. Not every issue resolves cleanly. Not every question has a single answer. The voice of the citizen that accepts ambiguity without surrendering. Engagement keeps public life flexible. Rigid certainty may feel powerful, but it often breaks under complexity. There is also the role of forgiveness, not as forgetting harm, but as allowing future cooperation. Democracies cannot function if every disagreement becomes permanent rupture. Citizen voice that can acknowledge harm while still allowing dialogue creates room for repair. Without this room, societies fragment into irreconcilable camps. As participation continues across time, citizens begin to recognize that influence is rarely immediate. Seeds are planted long before they grow. Conversations ripple outward in ways that cannot be traced. The voice of the citizen often works invisibly, shaping attitudes that later shape decisions. This delayed impact requires faith in process rather than obsession with instant results. Another challenge appears in the temptation to withdraw into private life entirely. Private life is necessary and valuable, but democracy withers when public responsibility is abandoned. Citizen voice does not demand constant public exposure, but it does require periodic return. Democracy survives on cycles of engagement, not permanent retreat. As the narrative continues, the idea of equality becomes more textured. Equality does not mean identical experience. It means equal worth. Citizen voice affirms this worth by insisting that no one's perspective is inherently disposable. Democracies fail when people internalize the belief that their voice does not matter. Speaking, even imperfectly, resists this erosion. There is also the responsibility to model the democracy one wishes to see. Citizens often demand civility, fairness, and honesty from institutions while abandoning these values in personal discourse. The voice of the citizen carries credibility when it reflects the standards it demands. Democracy is strengthened when expectations and behavior align. As this long reflection continues without closure, the absence of finality becomes increasingly intentional. Democracy is not a destination. It is a practice renewed daily. Citizen voice is the sound of that renewal, sometimes steady, sometimes strained, always ongoing. There is no ending here because participation does not end. There is only continuation, return, presence, and so the voice continues, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. As this reflection carries onward, the idea of scale quietly reshapes itself. Democracy is often discussed at the level of nations, constitutions, and institutions, but it is lived at the level of people. One interaction at a time, one decision at a time, one choice to speak or remain silent. Citizen voice operates across these scales simultaneously, linking the personal with the political in ways that are often subtle but deeply consequential. There is a myth that only extraordinary people shape democratic outcomes. In reality, democracy is shaped by ordinary people behaving with consistency. Showing up, paying attention, asking questions, refusing to disengage completely. The voice of the citizen does not require exceptional charisma or authority. It requires reliability. Democracies survive because enough people remain reliably involved. Another dimension emerges around the idea of boundaries. Healthy democracies require boundaries between power and accountability, between disagreement and hostility, between criticism and dehumanization. Citizen voice helps maintain these boundaries. When citizens speak up against overreach, cruelty, or erosion of norms, they reinforce the invisible lines that keep democracy functional. In India's context, where social, cultural, and economic differences are vast, these boundaries are constantly tested. Citizen voice must navigate deep emotion, historical memory, and present-day pressure simultaneously. This navigation is not easy. It requires patience, empathy, and discipline. Democracy here survives not because conflict is absent, but because engagement continues despite conflict. There is also the responsibility to recognize slow harm. Not all democratic damage is sudden or dramatic. Some harm accumulates quietly, through normalization of exclusion, erosion of trust, or gradual disengagement. Citizen voice that notices and names slow harm plays a preventative role. It intervenes before damage becomes irreversible. The role of courage returns again, now understood as persistence without applause. Many acts of civic responsibility receive no recognition. They are unseen, uncelebrated, and often misunderstood. Yet these acts, speaking honestly, listening patiently, refusing to spread falsehood, form the ethical infrastructure of democracy. Citizen voice that persists without reward sustains this infrastructure. As time continues to pass, the idea of legitimacy becomes increasingly relational. Institutions derive legitimacy not only from rules, but from relationships with citizens. When citizens feel dismissed or unheard, legitimacy weakens. Citizen voice restores legitimacy by insisting on relationship, by reminding power that governance is a dialogue, not a monologue. Another quiet truth surfaces. Democracy depends on citizens who can live with disagreement without constantly seeking resolution. Not all conflicts can be solved quickly. Some must be managed over time. Citizen voice that accepts ongoing negotiation keeps democracy flexible, demanding final answers where none exist creates instability. There is also the responsibility to resist moral shortcuts. Simplifying complex issues into good versus evil narratives may feel satisfying, but it reduces understanding. Citizen voice that resists shortcuts preserves nuance. This preservation does not weaken moral clarity. It strengthens it by grounding it in reality rather than rhetoric. As participation stretches across life stages, citizens' relationships with democracy change. Youth brings urgency. Adulthood brings pragmatism. Age brings memory. Each stage contributes something essential. Citizen voice evolves across these stages, carrying accumulated perspective forward. Democracies benefit when this evolution is honored. rather than dismissed. The idea of repair resurfaces again, now more grounded. Repair is not restoration to a perfect past. It is adaptation to present reality. Citizen voice helps identify what can be repaired, what must be reimagined, and what should be left behind. This discernment is ongoing and collective. As the narrative continues, it becomes clear that democracy does not ask citizens to agree on everything. It asks them to remain connected despite disagreement. Citizen voice is the mechanism of that connection. It keeps channels open when emotions run high and trust feels fragile. There is no climax here, no final revelation, only the steady unfolding of responsibility across time. Democracy is not sustained by moments of certainty, but by habits of engagement. Citizen voice is one such habit, imperfect, persistent, indispensable. And so the voice continues, not because it has reached the end of understanding, but because understanding itself requires continuation, not because democracy is secure, but because it is worth the effort. Not because silence is forbidden, but because presence matters more. As this reflection carries forward, attention turns to the idea of vigilance, not suspicion. Not paranoia, but steady awareness. Democracies do not collapse only through force. They often erode through inattention. When citizens stop noticing small shifts in language, practice, or norm, larger changes pass quietly. The voice of the citizen serves as an early signal, a reminder that public life deserves observation as much as participation. There is a common misunderstanding that vigilance must always be confrontational. In reality, some of the most effective vigilance is calm and consistent, asking for clarity, requesting explanation, seeking transparency without hostility. Citizen voice that practices this form of vigilance strengthens institutions by keeping them accountable without turning engagement into perpetual conflict. Another layer unfolds around the idea of trust between citizens themselves. Democracy is not only a relationship between people and power, it is also a relationship among people. When citizens lose trust in one another, collective action becomes difficult. The voice of the citizen helps rebuild this trust by modeling fairness, honesty, and willingness to engage beyond one's own circle. India's social landscape, shaped by immense plurality, requires this inter-citizen trust more than most. Democracy here is not merely administrative, it is relational. Citizen voice becomes a bridge across difference, not by erasing disagreement, but by preventing difference from turning into isolation. As the narrative stretches further, the idea of responsibility expands again, now including the responsibility to slow down harm. Not all citizens can stop injustice alone, but many can slow its spread. Refusing to normalize cruelty, refusing to laugh at humiliation, refusing to share falsehood. These small refusals matter. Citizen voice expressed through restraint can interrupt damage even when it cannot immediately repair it. There is also the responsibility to notice progress, however limited. Democracies weakened by constant negativity lose morale. Citizen voice that acknowledges improvement without ignoring shortcomings helps sustain motivation. Balance matters. Hope and critique must coexist, or both become ineffective. Another recurring theme reappears: inclusion as an active practice. Inclusion does not happen automatically through declarations. It happens when citizens intentionally create space for others to speak, especially those less confident or less protected. The voice of the citizen sometimes means speaking less so others can speak more. This restraint is not silence. It is facilitation. As public discourse continues to evolve, the pressure to choose sides intensifies. Everything becomes framed as alignment or opposition. Democracy suffers when nuance disappears. Citizen voice that refuses false binaries preserves complexity. It reminds society that disagreement does not require division into camps. The emotional dimension of democratic life becomes clearer with time. Fear, when unacknowledged, drives withdrawal. Anger, when unexamined, drives destruction. Hope, when ungrounded, leads to disappointment. Citizen voice that names emotion without being ruled by it helps stabilize public life. Emotional literacy becomes a civic skill. There is also the responsibility to protect future participation. Citizens today shape the conditions under which future citizens will speak. If discourse becomes hostile, young voices retreat. If engagement feels dangerous, silence grows. The voice of the citizen today either widens or narrows the path for those who come next. As this long narrative continues, the concept of democracy as a shared experiment becomes clearer. There is no final blueprint, no permanent solution. What exists is continuous adjustment informed by experience. Citizen voice feeds this adjustment by reporting reality back into the system. Another quiet truth surfaces. Democracy requires citizens who can hold contradiction. To love their country and criticize it. To value stability and demand change. To respect institutions and challenge them. The voice of the citizen that can hold contradiction without collapse keeps democracy flexible rather than brittle. There is also the idea of courage. Revisited once more, courage not as fearlessness, but as choice. Choosing to speak when silence would be easier. Choosing to listen when dismissal would be simpler. Choosing engagement when withdrawal feels tempting. Citizen voice is the accumulation of these choices over time. As the hours continue to unfold, the absence of a destination remains intentional. Democracy does not promise completion. It promises participation. Citizen voice is the price and the privilege of that promise. No final statement arrives. No concluding certainty appears. Only continuation. The voice continues, attentive, imperfect, persistent, because democracy is not something inherited once, but something renewed again and again through presence. As this reflection moves forward, the idea of renewal becomes more pronounced. Democracy does not renew itself automatically with the passing of time. It renews itself through deliberate human action, through citizens who choose, again and again, to engage rather than withdraw, to care rather than ignore, to speak rather than surrender to silence. The voice of the citizen is not a one-time inheritance. It is a responsibility renewed daily. There is a quiet but powerful truth that emerges here. Democracy survives not because citizens are always confident, but because they are willing to return even when confidence has faded. Many speak when they feel certain. Fewer speak when uncertainty dominates. Yet it is often in moments of uncertainty that citizen voice matters most. When answers are unclear, participation becomes an act of faith in process rather than outcome. Another dimension appears in the idea of stewardship across uncertainty. Citizens are not custodians of a finished system. They are caretakers of an evolving one. This caretaking requires tolerance for ambiguity and patience for gradual change. The voice of the citizen that accepts this role does not demand perfection. It demands effort, honesty, and accountability. In societies marked by rapid transformation, like India in this era, the pace of change can overwhelm civic habits. Technology accelerates discourse. Economic shifts reshape priorities. Cultural change challenges identity. Citizen voice must navigate this acceleration without losing depth. Speed must not replace thoughtfulness. Reaction must not replace reflection. There is also the responsibility to protect meaning itself. When words are repeated without care, they lose power. When concepts like freedom, justice, and democracy are used casually or manipulatively, they become hollow. Citizen voice must re-anchor these words in lived reality, restoring meaning through careful use rather than loud repetition. As public life grows noisier, silence can take on different meanings. Sometimes silence is reflection. Sometimes it is fear. Sometimes it is exhaustion. Citizen voice must learn to interpret silence thoughtfully rather than dismiss it. Democracy fails not only when people shout over one another, but when they stop noticing who is no longer speaking. Another recurring challenge is the temptation to confuse visibility with impact. Not every contribution is public. Not every act of civic responsibility trends or circulates. Yet quiet actions often sustain democratic culture more effectively than dramatic gestures. Citizen voice expressed through everyday fairness, respect, and integrity shapes environments where participation feels possible. The idea of dignity resurfaces again, now understood as mutual recognition. Democracy is not only about being heard by power, it is about being recognized by one another. Citizen voice affirms dignity when it acknowledges the humanity of those it disagrees with. Without this recognition, discourse collapses into competition rather than conversation. There is also the responsibility to carry stories forward. Democracies are shaped by narratives, stories of struggle, compromise, failure, and progress. Citizen voice keeps these stories alive, preventing history from being flattened into slogans. Storytelling becomes a democratic act when it preserves complexity rather than erasing it. As the reflection continues, the relationship between courage and vulnerability becomes clearer. Speaking honestly often exposes uncertainty, doubt, or fear. Democracies that punish vulnerability produce silence. Citizen voice must help create cultures where vulnerability is not equated with weakness, but recognized as sincerity. Another truth settles in. Democracy requires citizens who are willing to be misunderstood. Speaking thoughtfully does not guarantee being received fairly, yet the willingness to speak anyway keeps democratic space open. Citizen voice is not measured by applause, but by intention and persistence. As this long narrative continues without a closing chapter, it mirrors the nature of democracy itself, open-ended, unfinished, and continuously shaped by participation. There is no final version to reach, only better versions to attempt. The voice continues, not as a performance, not as a demand for certainty, but as a steady presence. A presence that questions, a presence that listens, a presence that stays, and that staying, through doubt, through disagreement, through time, is what keeps democracy alive. As this reflection carries forward yet again, the idea of endurance settles at the center of democratic life. Endurance is not glamorous. It does not trend. It rarely earns recognition. And yet, democracy depends on it more than on bursts of enthusiasm or moments of outrage. Citizen voice that endures, that stays present across years, across setbacks, across changing circumstances, becomes the quiet backbone of public life. There is a deep misunderstanding that democracy must always feel empowering to function. In reality, democratic participation often feels frustrating, slow, and unsatisfying. Decisions are delayed. Compromises dilute ideals. Progress feels partial. Citizen voice that remains engaged despite these feelings demonstrates maturity. It acknowledges imperfection without abandoning responsibility. Another dimension emerges in the relationship between identity and citizenship. People hold many identities: cultural, linguistic, regional, economic, personal. Democracy does not erase these identities. It asks citizens to navigate them alongside shared civic responsibility. Citizen voice becomes powerful when it speaks from identity without being trapped by it, when it contributes perspective without demanding dominance. In India's context, this navigation is constant and complex. Diversity is not an abstract principle. It is lived reality. Citizen voice must learn to speak across difference without assuming uniformity. Democracy here survives through translation, of experience, of concern, of aspiration, rather than assimilation. There is also the responsibility to recognize fatigue as part of civic life, not as failure. Long engagement drains energy. Repeated disappointment dulls optimism. Citizen voice that acknowledges fatigue without surrendering participation creates space for sustainable democracy. Rest and return become part of the rhythm, not signs of retreat. The concept of influence evolves again. Influence is often imagined as persuasion, but it is equally about normalization. What citizens consistently tolerate becomes accepted. What they consistently question becomes unstable. Citizen voice shapes boundaries not only through argument, but through repetition and refusal. Another recurring truth surfaces. Democracy requires citizens who can resist absolutism. Absolutism simplifies moral choices, but it leaves no room for coexistence. Citizen voice that accepts complexity without losing ethical grounding keeps democracy humane. It allows disagreement without destruction. As public discourse continues to fragment, the importance of coherence grows. Citizens are exposed to endless information without shared frameworks for interpretation. Citizen voice that seeks coherence, connecting issues, tracing consequences, contextualizing events, strengthens democratic understanding. Fragmented knowledge weakens collective decision-making. There is also the responsibility to protect democratic curiosity. Curiosity asks, why, before, who to blame. Democracies that lose curiosity replace inquiry with accusation. Citizen voice that remains curious resists polarization by seeking understanding rather than victory. The idea of legacy returns, now framed not as reputation, but as condition. What kind of democratic environment are citizens leaving behind? One where speech feels dangerous, or one where disagreement is survivable? Citizen voice today shapes the emotional and ethical climate future citizens will inherit. Another quiet challenge emerges, the normalization of indifference. Indifference does not announce itself loudly. It spreads quietly, through disengagement, distraction, and resignation. Citizen voice counters indifference simply by caring visibly. Caring becomes a political act in environments that reward apathy. As this long narrative continues, the idea of democracy as relationship becomes unavoidable. Relationship between citizens and power, between citizens and one another, between past and future. Citizen voice maintains these relationships through communication, challenge, and continuity. There is no promise here that democracy will always reward effort. There is no guarantee that participation will always produce satisfaction. What exists instead is responsibility. Responsibility to remain present because absence has consequences. The voice continues, sometimes tired, sometimes uncertain, sometimes resolute, because democracy does not require perfection. It requires presence. It requires return. It requires people who refuse to disappear from public life entirely. And so the voice remains, stretched across time, layered with doubt and commitment, not because the work is finished. As this reflection moves still further, the idea of responsibility settles into something quieter and heavier, the responsibility to remain human in political life. Democracies do not fail only when systems break. They falter when people forget the humanity behind positions, policies, and power. Citizen voice carries the task of rehumanizing discourse again and again, especially when debate becomes abstract or hostile. There is a subtle erosion that occurs when politics is treated purely as spectacle. When governance becomes entertainment, suffering becomes distant, and outrage becomes performance. Citizen voice must resist this transformation by grounding public conversation in lived reality. Behind every statistic is a life. Behind every policy is a consequence. Democracy survives when citizens insist on remembering this. Another layer unfolds around the idea of moral patience. Moral patience does not mean accepting injustice. It means understanding that change often arrives through sustained pressure rather than instant correction. Citizen voice that applies pressure steadily, without burning out, without becoming cruel, is often more effective than voice that erupts and vanishes. In societies shaped by inequality, patience is not distributed evenly. Some are asked to wait longer than others. This imbalance creates understandable anger. Democracy must not dismiss this anger, but it must channel it toward transformation rather than destruction. Citizen voice plays a critical role in shaping how anger is expressed and to what end. The role of imagination returns again, now framed as responsibility rather than escape. Imagining better systems is necessary, but imagination must remain connected to reality. Citizen voice that imagines responsibly. Avoids utopia while refusing resignation. It asks not, what is perfect, but what is possible next. There is also the responsibility to guard against simplification of motives. Democracies suffer when citizens assume bad faith as default. While bad faith exists, treating all disagreement as malicious collapses trust. Citizen voice must learn to distinguish harm from difference, intent from impact, opposition from enemy. As public life continues to accelerate, silence becomes increasingly rare, yet meaningful silence still has a place. Silence used for listening, silence used for reflection, silence used to avoid harm. Citizen voice includes the wisdom to know when speaking adds value and when listening serves better. Democracy needs both. Another truth emerges. Participation is not only about influence, but about belonging. When citizens speak, they affirm their place in the collective. When they are heard, even imperfectly, that belonging deepens. Citizen voice strengthens democracy by reinforcing the sense that public life is shared, not imposed. The concept of dignity returns once more, now understood as consistency. Dignity is not only about how one is treated, but how one treats others across disagreement. Citizen voice that remains respectful under pressure models democratic behavior more powerfully than any declaration. As this narrative continues without approaching an ending, it mirrors the lived experience of democracy itself, cycles of hope and frustration, engagement and fatigue, clarity and confusion. The absence of closure is not a flaw. It is the point. Democracy is not meant to resolve into stillness. It is meant to remain alive. There is also the responsibility to resist despair. Masquerading as wisdom, saying, nothing will change, may feel protective, but it becomes self-fulfilling when it silences effort. Citizen voice must challenge despair not by denying difficulty, but by refusing surrender. As years pass, citizens begin to understand that democracy does not reward purity. It rewards participation. Imperfect engagement shapes reality more than perfect ideals left unspoken. Citizen voice does not need to be flawless to matter. It needs to be present. Another quiet realization settles in. Democracy is not sustained by belief alone, but by practice. Belief inspires, but practice maintains. Citizen voice is one of the most basic practices. Speaking, listening, questioning, returning.